Chapter 758. Very well. Song Taiwa glanced at Chu Li coldly and said to Qiao Zhenhai, I must congratulate Association Leader Qiao for having such a valiant general. Likewise, Qiao Zhenhai scoffed. It's good to have someone like Feng Changwen in your association. Let's wait and see then. Song Taiwa sneered and looked at Chu Li. I hope such a valiant general won't die prematurely. Die prematurely, my foot. Chu Li clutched his chest and cursed. Song, I'll remember this, and I'll definitely get even with you. Huh? Song Taiwa laughed. Very well, I'll be waiting for you. With that, he soared into the sky and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Chu Li spat out another mouthful of blood. Qiao Zhenhai squatted down to check his pulse and nodded. You're very strong. Association leader, I won't die, right? Chu Li asked. Of course not. Qiao Zhenhai smiled. After taking the medicine, I'll be full of vigor in 2 days. Chu Li grinned. Association leader, I've killed quite a lot this time. You did a great job. Qiao Zhenhai nodded. Chu Li said, then it shouldn't be a problem to become a commander, right? We'll talk about it when you're better. Qiao Zhenhai patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. Chu Li smiled. He was quickly carried back to his house and was given a bottle of spirit medicine. Song Fei was one of the 4 people who carried him back. Chu Li gave him a look to ask him to stay. Chu Li's status was not the same as before. Song Fei tactfully found an excuse and asked him to leave while he stayed. Chu Li lay on the bed and stared at Song Fei. Xiao Song, I need to ask you something. What is it? Song Fei asked. He still could not believe that Zhao Dea was the god of death. Chu Li asked, do you know where Feng Changwen lives? I do. Song Fei nodded. Chu Li said, bring me there. Song Fei widened his eyes. His eyes were small to begin with, and when he smiled, his eyes did not look big. Chu Li scoffed. Lead the way. Hey, you want to kill him? Song Fei asked. Nonsense. Chu Li scoffed. I've long wanted to find his house and kill him with a single stab, but the association leader kept telling me not to act rashly. I didn't want to mess up his plan. Look at it now. His plan doesn't work. It's better not to listen to him. It's best to just kill him. Feng Changwen is full of tricks. The security at his house is very tight. Song Fei shook his head. Association leader will definitely want to go too. It won't work. How would we know if we don't go? Chu Li waved his hand and said impatiently, just lead the way. You can leave after you bring me there. Don't worry about me. Why don't we call the commander and the others? They're all trash, a burden, not as good as me alone. Don't say that. Did I say something wrong? Are they not useless? Chu Li scoffed. You're a big man. Do you really think that's enough? Luoma. Zhili Lu as he spoke. He got off the bed and walked out. Song Fei hurriedly said, You are still injured. It's just a small injury. I won't die. Chu Li strode out. Song Fei knew that he had a one-track mind, so he had no choice but to follow. The bright moon was hanging high in the sky. The night was dark, and Peacetown was quiet. The previous hustle and bustle seemed to have disappeared. Song Fei stuck close to the base of the wall and hid in the shadows. His tall and burly body was as light as a leopard cat. When he walked, he made no sound. His lightness kung fu was indeed unique. Feng Changwen has at least 30 protectors with him. It's very dangerous for you to go there alone, Song Fei said in a low voice. Chu Li did not say a word. Song Fei continued, Why don't we call the commander and the rest? Maybe we'll have a glimmer of hope when Feng Changwen is careless. Chu Li remained silent. Song Fei replied, You're injured, but Feng Changwen isn't. Moreover, with his bodyguards, we really don't stand chance. Chu Li turned his head and glared at him. You gather? Second bad calf sinks 4 rebels when Song Fei met his fierce gaze. His heart trembled, and he shut his mouth. Chu Li breathed a sigh of relief. This Song Fei was really talkative. He was a chatterbox, but he was tall and burly. A wicked person would be tormented by another wicked person. It seemed that being a wicked person was quite fun. With Zhao De's temper, he could do anything he wanted, disregard his family, and be merciless. Chu Li felt that it was satisfying, comfortable, and satisfying. After being a good person many times, It was a wonderful feeling to be a wicked person once. The two of them walked in silence for 5 miles and arrived at a large residence in the east of the town. This large residence was Gua Shan's residence. It was 3 times bigger and had 4 courtyards. There were more than 20 maids and more than 40 protectors. Song Fei had said that it was a small number. Chu Li frowned. He realized that other than the 30 people from the Ferric Blood Association, there were 10 unfamiliar faces. These 10 protectors were all innate masters. To Peace Town, this was far more than the treatment of a commander. Chu Li waved his hand and gestured for Song Fei to leave. Song Fei hesitated. Chu Li glared at him and swung his blade at his head. Song Fei took a big step back. Chu Li glared at him and waved his blade, threatening him that if he did not leave, he would really kill him. Song Fei nodded helplessly and closed fist saluted before he went into the shadows. Chu Li knew that him running to association leader's side was exactly what he wanted. Chu Li used the omniscient mirror to see where Feng Changwen was. He was currently in the middle of the 2nd division, slowly practicing a set of fist techniques. 40 guards surrounded the small courtyard to protect it. If anyone wanted to barge in, they would have to break through the circle of protectors. If Chu Li used imminent skyline, he could appear in front of him in an instant and kill him. However, he definitely couldn't use so close, yet worlds apart. He couldn't surpass the absolute art that he had just revealed. He could never underestimate anyone in the world. There were too many intelligent people. A slight mistake could ruin all his hard work. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he would not use it. He was now Zhao Dai, the Zhao Dai with infinite strength, domineering blade technique, and a strong body. He had no inner energy cultivation level and did not know any light body technique. He only relied on his explosive strength, which was why he could move so quickly. If he wanted to kill Feng Changwen, he could only take it 1 step at a time. When he thought of this, he kicked the door. Boom! A hole appeared in the thick door. Then he kicked it again to enlarge the hole and went in himself. Feng Changwen, come out and die. Chu Li's thick lips parted as he laughed. I, Zhao Dai, am here. Through the omniscient mirror, he saw that among the 40 protectors, 20 of them dashed over while the other 20 did not move. Feng Changwen was lazily practicing his fist technique. His movements were natural and smooth. He looked very handsome. He had a sarcastic smile on his face as he scoffed. You're really not afraid of death. Chu Li yelled. Feng Changwen, you coward, come out and die. Don't send these useless people. As he spoke, he swung his blade and used the river-raising form to cut off one of the protectors' heads. In the time it took him to say those 2 sentences, he had already killed 3 people. The 20 protectors surrounded him and attacked him with their long blades. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 wounds appeared on his body, but he ignored them as if they were not his own body. He only killed 1 person with each swing of his blade and never missed. The 20 protectors were initially courageous and thought that each of them could chop him into minced meat. Chapter 759. P.S. Update complete. It's 5 updates again. I'm really sorry. However, Chu Li's blade flashed faster and brighter. His murderous nature was aroused. As he swung his saber, he shouted, Feng Changwen, I'll kill you after I kill all these useless things. Don't run if you dare. Feng Changwen shook his head and sneered as he practiced. I'm not stupid. I'll obediently place my head in front of you, idiot. Chu Li took 1 step at a time. He never retreated. Even if they tried to stop him with all their might, he still kept moving forward. Every time he swung his blade, he would kill 1 person. It seemed like he was swinging his blade casually, but his strength was boundless and unstoppable. Every swing of his blade was just right, and none of them missed. This wasn't because of the Zhao family saber technique, but because of the nature restoration manifestation. A faintly discernible aura circulated within his body as he activated the nature restoration manifestation. He could predict everyone's movements, and his body would then find the most advantageous position and posture based on his predictions, which would allow him to sustain the least amount of injuries. He looked like he was covered in knife wounds, but the injuries he suffered were extremely light. In addition, his body was strong. Even if he did not use the sentient menace and other heart techniques, it was actually very difficult for a knife or a sword to penetrate his body. From a main gate to the moon gate of the first courtyard, it was a total of 20 steps. He had killed 16 people. The other 4 had lost their courage and did not dare to stop him. Chu passed through the moon gate and arrived at the second courtyard. He looked at Feng Changwen proudly. Feng Changwen, why haven't you escaped yet? Feng Changwen frowned as he looked at him, then glanced at the 4 Ferric Blood Association members outside the moon gate. They averted their eyes, not daring to look at him. You've grown up. Feng Changwen retracted his fist, nodded, and extended his hand. One of the guards handed him a saber. Feng Changwen unsheathed his saber, tossed the scabbard aside, and flicked the blade with his finger. Zhong! A sound like a dragon's cry rang out. Chu shook the blade. Buzz! A strange sound suppressed the dragon's roar. Feng Changwen said, Zhao De, do you really think you can defeat me? Nonsense! Chu scoffed. Take this. With a stomp of his foot, he leaped toward Feng Changwen and performed the mountain-splitting form in mid-air, his blade gleaming like a waterfall. Feng Changwen's long saber slashed horizontally. Ding! Chu held his long blade firmly in his hand, while Feng Changwen's long blade swung far away. His feet moved in a strange arc, dispersing the tremendous force coming from his body. Then he slashed horizontally with his saber at an incredible speed. The last time Chu fought with him, he did not have such a fast blade. Ding! Chu blocked the attack with his blade. Feng Changwen's long saber swung away again. His feet moved in an arc as he closed in again and slashed horizontally. Chu shook his head. You want to break my blade, don't you? What a waste of effort. Feng Changwen furrowed his brows. The great light scripture that he cultivated was the #1 heart technique in the Li dynasty. Its power was boundless. Although he had just started cultivating it, he had only seen its power for the first time. Why did Zhao De not have the slightest reaction when 2 streams of inner energy entered his body? Chu was very familiar with the Great Light Scripture and knew that it was very powerful, but Feng Changwen's level of attainment was too low, so there was no need for him to bother about it. Ding, 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 ding. Feng Changwen slashed more than 10 times in one go. Chu held his blade horizontally in front of his chest and easily deflected Feng Changwen's blade. He suddenly withdrew his saber, and without dodging Feng Changwen's saber, he met Feng Changwen's attack head-on. This slash was like a flash of lightning. Feng Changwen was caught off guard. He thought that Chu would continue to parry his blade, but he did not expect Chu to change his move so abruptly. He grunted and used a strange step technique to try his best to avoid Chu's attack, but he was not as fast as Chu's blade. The tip of the blade slashed across his left arm, and a long cut appeared from his shoulder to his elbow. His skin and flesh were completely cut open, exposing his white bone. Feng Changwen leaped up and landed on the roof in an instant before disappearing in the blink of an eye. His speed was beyond Chu's expectations. He knew that Feng Changwen's light body technique was good, but he did not expect it to be this good. Feng Changwen, don't run if you have the guts. Feng Changwen shouted and gave chase. Unfortunately, he could not use inner energy at the moment, so he could not use light body technique. He could only leap over the top of the wall, and then another wall after another, as he chased after Feng Changwen. Soon, he disappeared. The remaining protectors did not intervene and watched the show from the sidelines. Chu chased after him for a while, and saw that Feng Changwen had escaped from Peace Town and was heading north. Chu frowned and could only stop. He pretended to be angry and returned to his courtyard. He returned to his courtyard and sat down. Before he could change out of his bloodied clothes, Association leader Xiao Jinhai appeared. Chu fist saluted. Association leader. Hey, you want to kill Feng Changwen? Yes, I almost killed him, but unfortunately his light body technique is too good. If his light body technique wasn't good enough, he would have died many times over. I was about to kill him every time, but he managed to escape. Association leader, there's nothing you can do. Only if my light body technique is better than his, or I can kill him in one move. Association leader, you didn't do it yourself? No. Why not? Chu Li frowned. He believed that with Xiao Zhenhai's martial arts, he would definitely be able to kill Feng Changwen. Xiao Zhenhai shook his head. This is very troublesome. It's an unspoken rule. If I did it myself, what about Song Taiwa? So you just watched as Feng Changwen went on a rampage? I was actually prepared to do it. Xiao Zhenhai frowned and sighed. But it had to be done flawlessly, or else I wouldn't be able to protect all 4 commanders. Song Taiwa would definitely take revenge, and if that happened, the Chivalry Association and Ferric Blood Association would all die. Chu Li scoffed. That's not fun. You were too impulsive today. He has 40 protectors in his house. Xiao Zhenhai said. Then I'll kill them all. It'll be a good time to get rid of the Ferric Blood Association. There are 10 of them that you can't kill. Why can't I kill them? Those 10 protectors aren't from the Ferric Blood Association. They're disciples from Three Wonders Clan, Xiao Zhenhai said. Three Wonders Clan? What's Three Wonders Clan? They're the top factions in Luo State City. They're far from what we can compare to. Offending Three Wonders Clan is equivalent to bringing disaster upon us. I don't think they're that powerful. That's because they're the most basic disciples. Only innate masters are qualified to enter Three Wonders Clan, and only grandmasters can become commanders. Then what's a clan leader? A top-notch grandmaster. Are they that powerful? If we offend them, they only need to send a commander and his subordinates to wipe us out. So don't kill Feng Changwen yet. I'll think of something. Xiao Zhenhai scoffed. No, I won't be able to sleep in peace if I don't kill him. Chu Li shook his head. I, Zhao Dei, will take responsibility for my actions. I'm the one who killed the Three Wonders Clan's disciples, not the Chivalry Association. Who cares about them? That's what you think, but Three Wonders Clan won't. They're overbearing. They'll definitely kill you. All right, let me think. Chu Li scoffed and gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. His heart was filled with excitement, but he also had some doubts. Isn't Three Wonders Clan backing Chivalry Association? How did they become Ferric Blood Association's backing? Chapter 760. Association Leader. Is Three Wonders Clan backing Ferric Blood Association? You can say that. Does that mean our association has a backer too? Yes. Which one? Three Wonders Clan. So they're one family? Chu Li pretended to be confused. Not the same family. Xiao Zhenhai shook his head and said, the founding masters of both gangs were disciples of Three Wonders Hall, but the 2 founding masters were enemies. Three Wonders Hall won't take sides. They can only guarantee that Luo State City won't interfere. Chu Li scoffed. Then, why would someone from Three Wonders Clan be with Feng Changwen? What's Feng Changwen's background? He has an uncle who's the commander of Three Wonders Clan. Xiao Zhenhai answered. Chu Li's eyes widened. A grandmaster? Xiao Zhenhai nodded slowly. Chu Li asked, then can association leader defeat him? It's hard to tell. Xiao Zhenhai answered. Chu Li smiled. Association leader is so young. He must be old and will surpass him in the future. What's there to be afraid of? It's not the same. Xiao Zhenhai waved his hand. I'm not afraid of Feng Changwen's uncle. I'm afraid of Three Wonders Clan. Association leader, I have an idea. Chu Li scoffed. I must kill Feng Changwen, but I can't implicate the association. Why don't you expel me from Chivalry Association? Xiao Zhenhai looked at him in surprise. Chu Li gritted his teeth. Feng Changwen killed me once and crippled Elder Gua. In addition, Commander Wu and Commander Zhou. If we don't kill him, how will Chivalry Association maintain its reputation? Without the protection of the association, you won't be able to live even if you kill Feng Changwen. As long as I can kill him, it doesn't matter if I die. I'll just kill him and run away. I'm all alone anyway. You've had a fortuitous encounter. You're blessed with divine power and a bright future. Why bother with him? Xiao Zhenhai asked. Chu Li scoffed. I can't take it anymore. I must kill him. Nonsense. Xiao Zhenhai shook his head. Chu Li said, if association leader doesn't agree, I'll leave Chivalry Association. You. Xiao Zhenhai's face darkened. You're determined to die. Yes, even if I die, I'll drag Feng Changwen down with me. Chu Li said hatefully. This fellow must die. Xiao Zhenhai was puzzled. Feng Changwen had pushed him down the cliff, but he did not die. Instead, it was a blessing in disguise. With his divine power, logically speaking, he should not have such a huge grudge against Feng Changwen. As for crippling Guishan and killing Commander Wu and Commander Zhou, although he had a good relationship with Guishan, as long as Guishan was still alive, his relationship with Commander Wu and Commander Zhou was not that good. Therefore, he would not be in a hurry to seek revenge. Chu Li said, I can't stand seeing that brat's arrogant look. I must kill him. He wanted to kill Feng Changwen to avenge the original Zhao De. Moreover, Feng Changwen had connections with the Holy Church of Light and was a shortcut to enter the Holy Church of Light. Killing Feng Changwen would be killing two birds with one stone. Just because you can't stand it. Of course, there's also the matter of him killing me. You? Xiao Zhenhai vaguely understood. If it had been someone else, he might not have been able to kill him, but since it was someone as stubborn as Zhao De, it was understandable that he wanted to kill Feng Changwen. Association leader, kick me out of the association tomorrow. I'll deal with Feng Changwen once I've recovered. Xiao Zhenhai shook his head. How can I kick you out of the association? You've just made a great contribution. Just say that I relied on my contribution to beat you up, Chu Li said. Xiao Zhenhai laughed. Chu Li said, how about I really beat you up, association leader? All right, if this was said to someone else, they wouldn't believe it. But if it's you, everyone will believe it. It's settled then. The next day, Chu Li was practicing his blade in the courtyard. This time, he used the life and death scripture, and his body speed became faster. With a fortuitous encounter, his strong recovery ability would not arouse suspicion. People would only be amazed and envious. Guishan pushed the door open and glared at him angrily. Day, what's wrong with you? Chu Li waved his blade. Association leader is kicking me out of the association? You're getting bolder. Ever since you had your fortuitous encounter, you've been acting more and more recklessly. Guishan said in a low voice. I know what I'm doing. Guishan scoffed angrily. If you knew what you were doing, would you have beaten association leader? Association leader didn't allow me to kill Feng Changwen. You. Guishan was instantly discouraged. His hatred for Feng Changwen was overwhelming. If it was not for Feng Changwen, he would not have been crippled. Chu Li said, association leader said that it would implicate Chivalry Association, so he could only kick me out. Why would it implicate Chivalry Association? Because Feng Changwen's uncle is the commander of Three Wonders clan. Guishan's expression changed. Chu Li smiled. I'm all alone anyway. I don't care about the commander of Three Wonders clan. I just want to kill Feng Changwen. Guishan sighed. Elder Gua, you don't have to worry. Don't implicate you. You have a family. Bullsh *T. Feng Changwen is my enemy too. Then help me secretly get Lil Song to help me. How? Keep an eye on Feng Changwen outside Luo State City. This guy's light body technique is too good. I want to find a chance to kill him in one blow. Chu Li scoffed. Okay. Guishan nodded. The next evening, Chu Li was having dinner at the stone table in the courtyard. Madame Gua had sent Xing Er to deliver the food. Song Fei jumped over the wall and panted. Hey, Feng Changwen is back. Chu Li perked up and put down his bowl and chopsticks. Song Fei said, he just left Luo State City. He should be back in an hour. Very good. Chu Li smiled. This time I'm going to kill him. Song Fei said, he has 10 protectors with him. So what if he has 10 protectors? Chu Li said disdainfully. You ran all the way back from Luo State City. Drink some water and find something to eat. He picked up the long blade on the stone table and left in high spirits. Song Fei thought about it and did not stay any longer. He ran to Guishan's house and then to the association. Feng Changwen was riding on a horse on the main road to Peace Town. 10 riders followed behind him. All of them were innate masters. Feng Changwen's face was solemn as he galloped. He had lost a lot of face when he ran away in a panic this time. He did not expect Zhao De, whom he had always looked down on, to be so difficult to deal with that he was no match for him. He went to Luo State City this time to ask his uncle for 2 martial arts masters to help him eliminate Zhao De. He never thought that fighting alone was heroic. He thought that it was foolish. Only a fool would not use his advantage to eliminate his opponent, allowing them to grow and bring about their own destruction. Zhao De was an example. He should have killed him before he pushed him off the cliff. Unfortunately, he was in a hurry at that time. He could only launch a sneak attack. He did not have time to stab him. Now, Zhao De had a fortuitous encounter and was a few times more powerful than before. He could even threaten his life. This was a deep lesson, so he went straight to Luo State City to ask his uncle for 2 martial arts masters. He wanted to kill Zhao De in one blow. He would not give Zhao De a chance to make a comeback. This guy was too lucky. If he was allowed to live, he might have another fortuitous encounter. He must be foolproof. Chapter 761. Feng Changwen cursed inwardly. With a somersault, he leaped from the horse's back and swung his blade in the air to protect himself. Ding! The blade was deflected. A rock turned into a shadow and was thrown at the blade. The force from the rock almost caused the blade to slip out of his hand. As soon as he felt the force, Feng Changwen knew who it was. It was Zhao De. He was furious. Zhao De, you're haunting me. You're courting death. Zhao De took 2 large strides forward and swung his blade down. Die! Ding! The saber slashed down ferociously. Feng Changwen's hand was still sore and numb. As he retreated, he held his blade horizontally in front of him. Ding! The blade flew out of his hand. Feng Changwen turned to leave and said in a low voice, "Stop him." 10 protectors had already surrounded the 2 of them. When they saw Feng Changwen escaping, they immediately blocked the way and stood in front of Chu Li. Chu Li yelled, "I'm only going to kill Feng Changwen. Those who are not involved, get out of the way. Don't court death. You're indeed arrogant." A handsome young man said coldly, "If you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram before we chop you into minced meat." Chu Li watched as Feng Changwen fled at an incredible speed. He pretended to be angry. "If you're courting death, then die." He swung his blade down. These 10 protectors had just been transferred from 3 Wonders clan to help Feng Changwen kill Zhao De. They were quite capable and arrogant. They thought that a mere peace town could produce a martial arts master. They had a natural sense of superiority and looked down on others. He casually swung his blade horizontally in an attempt to hit Chu Li before his blade could land. Chu Li's thick lips curled into a smile as his blade moved faster. "Ah!" The handsome protector screamed in pain and twisted his body forcefully, but he was only lucky enough to avoid being hit on his forehead. Chu Li's blade fell, and the handsome protector's arm fell to the ground. Chu Li ignored his screams and strode forward. He swung his blade horizontally at another protector. The protector held his blade horizontally in front of him, but he could not block Chu Li's blade. His blade was knocked away, and his head fell to the ground. Chu Li strode forward. Everything that blocked his way was just a blade. Unless they dodged backwards, those who stood in their way would either die or be severely injured. Some were unconvinced and swung their swords down. However, Chu Li did not care and swung his sword horizontally. His speed was as fast as lightning. Before that person's sword could land, he had already beheaded him. After the man's head rolled on the ground, only 6 of the 10 masters were left. They did not dare to stop him anymore. They could only watch as Chu Li ran away like a galloping horse, disappearing from their sight in the blink of an eye. "Feng Changwen, where do you think you're going?" Chu Li's voice came from afar. Feng Changwen gritted his teeth. Those 10 protectors were elites handpicked by his uncle. Although they were not at the level of a commander, they were still top-notch innate masters. They were much stronger than the 10 protectors he had sent the last time, but they were still defeated by Zhao De. They could not stop him, let alone kill him. What a bunch of trash. When he thought of this, he felt a little helpless. No matter how good his lightness skill was, he could not defeat Zhao De and could only run for his life. If he wanted to deal with Zhao De, he could only rely on his uncle's strength. No matter what, it would be enough if he could kill Zhao De. As he thought about this, he ran toward Luo State City with all his might. "Feng, you're a tortoise and a bastard." Chu Li's curses were endless. Feng Changwen realized that he could not shake off Zhao De no matter what. His light body technique was powerful, and logically speaking, he was far better than Zhao De. So why could he not shake him off? He slowed down to see what tricks Zhao De was using to keep up with him. A moment later, Chu Li approached him. Feng Changwen realized that Chu Li's legs were like wheels. He was so fast that he could not even see his shadow. He was running purely with his strength and did not know any light body technique at all. Feng Changwen scoffed and instantly felt relieved. He leaped up a tree and activated his inner energy to move his lower body as light as a swallow. He stepped on the treetops and fluttered away, soon disappearing from Chu Li's sight. On the other hand, Chu Li ran into the forest. With a flash of his blade, everything in his way was slashed apart. He did not slow down as he chased after Feng Changwen. Feng Changwen noticed his actions on the tree and shook his head with a smile. He then ran up a tall mountain and passed by a wide river. He threw a few pieces of wood into the river and used them as leverage to cross the river. He turned around and smiled at Chu Li. Chu Li immediately jumped into the river and swam with all his might. Soon, he had crossed the wide river and continued his chase. Feng Changwen laughed out loud. Chu Li shouted, "Feng, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I'll still chase after you. You don't have to chase after me so desperately. I'll tell you where I'm going." Feng Changwen laughed. "Where are you going?" "Luo State City, Three Wonders Clan." Feng Changwen laughed. "My uncle is the commander of Three Wonders Clan. I'm going to look for my uncle. His name is Feng Shi. Come if you dare. Just you wait." Chu Li shouted. Feng Changwen laughed before he turned around and walked back. He used his light body technique to cross the river again. Chu Li scoffed angrily. This Feng Changwen was indeed cunning. However, he knew what Feng Changwen was up to, and it was exactly what he wanted. He wanted to attract Three Wonders Clan's attention as soon as possible, enter the Holy Church of Light, and kill a few people from Three Wonders Clan. It was a dangerous path, but it was also a shortcut. Whether Three Wonders Clan would seek revenge, insist on killing him, or lure him into the Holy Church of Light was a choice. He could not predict it now, but he could take a risk. If it did not work, he could just get rid of Feng Changwen and disguise himself as him to enter the Holy Church of Light. Feng Changwen sat in front of a short and fat man with a calm expression. They were in the backyard of a large mansion in the west of Luo State City. There was a lake in the backyard with a waterside pavilion on top of it. Four beauties were holding onto the railings and admiring the water in the lake. Their clothes fluttered in the wind as they giggled from time to time. Both of them were sitting in a gazebo on a rockery where they could overlook the calm lake. Feng Changwen stared at the lake enviously. He quickly glanced at the beauties and thought to himself, "When will I be able to have my uncle's status and own such a luxurious mansion with these beauties? That fellow really dares to enter the city to kill you?" Feng Shi asked. He was short and fat with a round face. He did not look imposing at all, but Feng Changwen did not dare to breathe too loudly. Feng Changwen quickly nodded. Knowing him, he'll definitely enter the city to kill me. Very good. I'll spread the news and let him walk right into the trap. Feng Shi nodded. Thank you, uncle. Feng Changwen gave a fist salute. Feng Shi said, you have to work hard. You can't rely on me for everything. It's fine this time, but I might not be able to help next time. Yes, uncle. Feng Changwen nodded vigorously. Feng Shi scoffed. Chivalry Association still has some foothold in Three Wonders Clan. There might be people protecting him. You have to be careful. Yes. Feng Changwen nodded solemnly. At the end of the day, you're still not capable enough. Feng Shi glanced at him coldly. From today onwards, you'll cultivate in isolation here. You're not allowed to leave until you've perfected Nate. Yes, uncle. Feng Changwen nodded helplessly. Chapter 762. P.S. Update complete. Adjusting my body, I can only reduce my speed. Please forgive me. After Chu Li entered Luo State City, he immediately found an inn to stay in. He knew association leader Xiao Zhenhai would find a way to help him. With Zhao Day's current ability, it would be difficult to find Feng Changwen on his own. What he needed now was patience. Feng Changwen's uncle would probably find a way to deal with him. After staying in the inn, he found a restaurant and went up to the second floor. He found a seat by the window and listened to the conversations around him to find out about the situation in Luo State City. He sat there from noon until evening, drank 2 pots of wine and 2 plates of appetizers, then slowly returned to the previous inn. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a middle-aged man sitting inside. He had a square face and a pair of exceptionally large eyes that were bright, solemn, and dignified. Chu Li Fis saluted and remained calm. "Senior, you must have entered the wrong room." "Zhao De?" the middle-aged man asked. Chu Li nodded. "Yes, I am. You're different from what they said. Very polite." "Very good. I'm Zhou Sun." The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. "Senior Gua, why are you looking for me?" "Xiao Zhenhai calls me uncle-in-law." The middle-aged man, Zhou Sun, said, "I'm the commander of Three Wonders Clan." "Oh, your association leader's uncle-in-law." Chu Li smiled. "That makes us family. Come here." Zhou Sun waved. Chu Li came to him. "Give me your right hand," Zhou Sun said. Chu Li reached out his right hand without any warning. "Senior Zhou, you're not trying to harm me, are you? You're quite smart." Zhou Sun scoffed and grabbed his wrist. A gush of inner energy entered and quickly circulated through Chu Li's meridians. Zhou Sun looked satisfied. Chu Li smiled. "My injury is healed. You've never cultivated an inner energy heart technique?" Zhou Sun asked. Chu Li pursed his lips and said, "I've practiced it before, but I couldn't cultivate inner energy, so I stopped practicing it after that. After a fortuitous encounter, I can still beat them up without using inner energy, so what's the point of practicing it?" Zhou Sun shook his head. "You should cultivate an inner energy heart technique." His expression was calm, only revealing a trace of satisfaction. He was suppressing his shock. His nephew, Xiao Zhenhai, sent him a message saying that there was a genius in Peace Town who had survived a great disaster and had a fortuitous encounter. After that, he did not rely on kung fu, but only on his physical strength to kill a natural expert. His body was terrifyingly strong, and his strength was amazing. He was very curious as to what kind of person this person was, for his outwardly modest but inwardly proud nephew to admire him so much. Now that he had inspected Zhao De's body, he could see that his meridians were indeed extraordinarily wide and sturdy. Once he started cultivating, he would definitely make tremendous progress. Moreover, he was born with extraordinary strength. Even with the same level of cultivation, it was equivalent to him going up a level out of thin air. His innate mastery could even fight against a grandmaster. As the commander of Three Wonders Clan, he could directly make Zhao De a member of Three Wonders Clan. Then, he could report Zhao De to the branch of the Holy Church of Light and be selected to join the Holy Church of Light. From then on, Zhao De would have a meteoric rise. As the person who recommended Zhao De, he would also receive great benefits. Chu Li shook his head and said, "I don't cultivate the heart technique of inner energy. It's too boring. If I don't train my inner energy, I'll never be able to defeat Feng Changwen. As long as I get the chance, I will definitely kill him." "All right, I'll give you a chance." Zhou Sun nodded. "It depends on your ability. If you can't kill him, you know the consequences, right?" "What consequences?" "You'll be hunted down by Three Wonders Clan." Zhou Sun shook his head and sighed. "Because you've killed a disciple of Three Wonders Clan." Chu Li scoffed. "Anyone who stands in my way of killing Feng Changwen is my enemy. I won't hold back. You can't handle a grandmaster now. That's why once you're hunted down by Three Wonders Clan, you'll definitely die. No matter how amazing your strength is, you won't be able to withstand a punch from a grandmaster." Chu Li nodded. "I must kill Feng Changwen. You should join Three Wonders Clan. As a commander, I have the right to recruit disciples." Zhou Sun said. Chu Li was shocked. "I can join Three Wonders Clan?" He looked excited, but he was genuinely happy. He had finally taken this step and joined Three Wonders Clan. He was only one step away from the Holy Church of Light. Zhou Sun said, "With my recommendation, you can join without a problem. However, you must know that Three Wonders Clan has very strict rules. It's not like the Chivalry Association. Luo State City is also very complicated. It's not like Peace Town. You must control your temper and not be as impudent as you were in Peace Town. As long as I can kill Feng Changwen, Chuli nodded. Very well. Zhou Sun smiled. Now, follow me to the clan. It's already so late. Why don't we do it tomorrow? Chuli said. Zhou Sun scoffed. This isn't Peace Town. The world will be turned upside down in one night. You might not be able to get through this if you're one night late. Let's go. Yes. Chuli agreed and followed Zhou Sun out of the inn. The two of them walked along the main street for more than a mile to the west before entering a large mansion. The mansion had a total of 5 entrances. Chuli scanned it with the omniscient mirror and found that there were about 1,000 people. They were quite powerful. Not only were their numbers 10 times that of the chivalry associations, but every disciple's martial arts skills were far superior to those of the chivalry association. Zhou Sun brought Chuli to a courtyard. The center of the courtyard had been turned into a martial arts field. 20 people were practicing, and it was a lively scene. When they saw Zhou Sun, they all gave him a fist salute. A chubby middle-aged man with a round face chuckled. Brother Gua, you're a rare guest. What brings you to Morning Light Courtyard? Zhou Sun smiled. Elder Feng, I've recruited a new subordinate, and I'm here to meet you. Oh, Feng Shi grinned as he looked at Chuli. He must have a bright future if he's valued so highly by you. Brother Gua, he had a fortuitous encounter and has a strong body and excellent aptitude. I think he has a high chance of getting in if I guide him. Zhou Sun smiled. His name is Zhao Dai. Feng Shi's expression did not change. He turned to look at Chuli and chuckled. He's Zhao Dai? Zhou Sun said, I hope Brother Feng can be magnanimous and spare his life. Since Brother Gua has asked, of course. Feng Shi waved his hand and smiled. It's common for children to fight because of a quarrel. I won't lower myself to their level. That's good. Zhou Sun smiled. I'm relieved to hear that, Brother Feng. I hope Brother Gua can be magnanimous about that nephew of mine. Feng Shi smiled. Zhou Sun shook his head. You're too kind. Chuli saw that the two of them were hiding daggers behind their smiles. It seemed that the Three Wonders clan's commander had a fierce fight. All right, I won't disturb you then. Zhou Sun gave a fist salute and led Chuli out of Morning Light Courtyard. Chuli asked, Commander, will he spare me just because of this? If you don't provoke him, he won't attack you again. Zhou Sun nodded. But I can't not kill Feng Changwan, can I? Find an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. Zhou Sun said, but you must understand that if you kill Feng Changwan, Commander Feng won't do it himself, but will send someone to kill you. I'm not afraid then. Although I'll send someone to protect you, Zhou Sun said, it still depends on your ability. Chuli nodded and asked doubtfully, Commander, you won't stop me from killing Feng Changwan. Chapter 763. Chuli was puzzled. Why didn't you object, Commander? Zhou Sun replied, living in this world, it's inevitable to have grudges and grudges. If a cultivator has to restrain himself, not daring to kill the other party when he can, and not being able to avenge himself, how can he have the spirit of a martial artist? Without the heart of a martial artist, it's difficult to cultivate advanced martial arts. Only a fearless person can move forward bravely. However, Chuli saw through his thoughts. The best way for a genius to become famous was to step on other geniuses. It was best to step on all geniuses and climb to the top. That would be a peerless genius. If a peerless genius was recommended into the Holy Church of Light, Zhou Sun would receive unimaginable benefits. If Chuli was really a peerless genius, Zhou Sun would leave Three Wonders clan and join the Holy Church of Light's branch. To any preparatory disciple of the Holy Church of Light, to be able to re-enter the Holy Church of Light and become an official disciple would be a great honor and lifelong dream. There were 2 sources of disciples in the Holy Church of Light. One was to be nurtured from a young age and be taught the Holy Church's basic antique study. Then, they would leave the church to gain experience. These were not real disciples of the Holy Church of Light. They were just preparatory disciples. Once they passed the experience, they would become an official disciple of the Holy Church of Light. Being an official disciple of the Holy Church of Light meant supreme glory. They would never run out of money, and they would never be able to cultivate all sorts of mystical and consummate skills. They would not lack anything. All they needed to do was to focus on practicing martial arts. Only then would they be able to truly live in this world, and their trip to this world would not be in vain. The other source of disciples was the recommended genius disciples, but there were very few of them. They were talented, but had yet to enter the innate mastery's boundary. Zhou Sun knew that Feng Changwen was such a genius disciple. He had already been taught the Holy Church's basic heart technique. Once he entered the Grandmaster's boundary, he would become an official disciple of the Holy Church of Light. When that time came, Feng Changwen's recommender, Feng Shi, would also be rewarded and enter the Square Clan or Five Elements Clan. If Feng Changwen was a peerless genius, Feng Shi might even re-enter the Holy Church of Light's branch and become an official disciple. Similarly, if Zhao Dea was a peerless genius, Zhou Sun would do the same. To become a peerless genius, one had to step on other geniuses, and Feng Changwen was the best stepping stone. After Chu Li finished reading, he felt relieved. Commander, I want to find Feng Changwen. I've found out that Feng Changwen is currently in isolated cultivation in Commander Feng's residence. He won't come out until he reaches the perfected innate stage. Perfected innate mastery. Chu Li frowned. How long would that take? Is there any way to lure him out so I can kill him? I'll think of something, Zhou Sun said. Chu Li said, I heard that this guy is very lecherous. He had also carefully investigated Feng Changwen's background and knew that he was a genius. However, everyone had a weakness. Feng Changwen's biggest weakness was that he was lustful. He liked beautiful women and could not live without them. He was handsome and eloquent, coupled with his high status. He had many lovers in Peacetown. Almost everyone knew him. Oh, Zhou Sun thought for a while and nodded. I'll think of something. Chu Li nodded. Feng Changwen had been in isolated cultivation for 10 days and was almost done with it. He felt that he had reached his limit and needed to relax for a while. Only then would he be able to continue advancing bravely. If he continued to be so tense, he would be like a string that was about to snap. However, his uncle kept a close eye on him, and it was not easy to get out. He used his unique advantage to seduce two maids. Unfortunately, the two maids were slightly good-looking and delicate, but he did not pay attention to them. He was very picky. Luo State City was a big city, and it was extremely prosperous. The beauties in the brothel could not be compared to those in Peacetown. Each of them was charming and charming, unlike the women in Peacetown. In the evening, after having dinner with his uncle, he sneaked out of the residence with the help of the two maids and entered a famous brothel in Luo State City, Joy Brothel. Joy Brothel was 4 stories tall and towered into the sky. At this time, as dusk fell and the lanterns were lit, Joy Brothel looked like a heavenly palace. Standing downstairs, one would feel small. Looking at such a grand brothel, Feng Changwen was so excited that all the pores on his body opened. How wonderful it would be to have women in a brothel like this. He walked in eagerly, and when he saw the manservant leading the way, he tossed him 10 taels of silver. The manservant who led the way had delicate features and was pleasing to the eye. He accepted the silver calmly and led Feng Changwen to a room on the 2nd floor. Feng Changwen frowned. I want to go to the highest floor. The manservant said respectfully, Young master, the 2nd floor is 10 taels of silver, the 3rd floor is 100 taels, and the 4th floor is 1,000 taels. Since it's your first time here, you don't have to rush to the top floor. You can start from the bottom. Then let's go to the 3rd floor. Feng Changwen frowned. Yes. The manservant turned around and led him to a room on the 3rd floor. He smiled and said, This room belongs to Miss Xian. Please come in, young master. Feng Changwen smiled in satisfaction and tossed him another 10 taels of silver. The manservant thanked him and left. He quickly went to a room on the 2nd floor, changed his clothes, and calmly left Joy Brothel. Feng Changwen pushed the door open and entered a cozy room. The outer room was the living room, the inner room on the left was the study room, and the right was the bedroom. At this moment, there were 6 delicious dishes on the round table in the living room, as if waiting for guests to take their seats. A girl with a graceful figure was sitting in front of a table under the window, reading a book under the light. She was wearing a light purple gown, Her beautiful face was fair and moving. Her eyebrows were arched, her eyes were almond-shaped, her nose was delicate, and her lips were cherry red. She put down her book and looked over lazily. "Greetings, young master." She stood up and curtsied. Feng Changwon was captivated by her elegant movements, and coupled with her alluring beauty, he was instantly satisfied and felt that the 100 taels of silver was well spent. "Young master, let's have some dishes and wine first," Miss Zian said gently. Although Feng Changwon had eaten, he could not eat his fill with his uncle, so he nodded and went forward to hold Zian's little hand. However, Zian easily avoided him. The two of them sat opposite each other, and Zian poured wine with both hands. Feng Changwon smelled the faint fragrance on her body and was enchanted. He chuckled. "There's no poison, right?" Zian pursed her lips into a smile and downed the wine in one gulp. Feng Changwon nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with his cautiousness. Even at a time like this, it was rare for him to be able to remain cautious even when he was infatuated with her. Actually, the only person who wanted to kill him now was Zhao Dai. Based on Zhao Dai's character, he would only ambush him by the roadside and slash him with his long blade, but he would never poison the wine. Moreover, no one knew about his actions, and it was a last-minute decision for him to sneak out, so there was no way he would give Zhao Dai a chance to ambush him. There was no need for him to be so cautious. Next, he took the silver cup and took a sip, exclaiming, "Good wine," then downed it in one gulp. Miss Zian spoke to him gently and elegantly. She asked him where he was from and if he was a martial arts practitioner. She drank another 2 cups in between. Bang! A dull sound was heard as Chu Li kicked the door open and rushed in with a slash of his blade. Feng Changwon was startled. The murderous intent made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. Chapter 764. P.S. The 31st Alliance is born, and the Alliance leader, the Heavenly Emperor, is not a virgin. Chu Li swung his blade, and the table was split into 2. Feng Changwon had already rolled to the bottom of the window, so he leaped and broke through the window in an attempt to escape. Chu Li took a step forward and swung his blade. Feng Changwon's head flew out of the window, while his body remained in the room. "Ah!" Zian screamed in shock. Chu Li turned to look at her. Zian's scream stopped. Chu Li took out a silver wine flask from his inner pocket and threw it into the pile of broken plates and bowls, causing some wine to spill out. He picked up the silver cup and put it into his inner pocket, then turned around and strode away. Zian watched Chu Li's every move in a daze. She could not react and could only watch numbly. Then, she saw the headless corpse and screamed again. 2 protectors from Joy Brothel rushed over and saw Feng Changwon's corpse. Their expressions changed, and they quickly sealed Ziyan's mouth and called for the constables from the magistrate's office. Chu Li strode out of Joy Brothel and arrived at 3 Wonders Clan. Just as he was about to enter the main entrance, he bumped into Feng Shi, who was walking out. Feng Shi was short and plump with an amiable round face, but he exuded a dignified aura. This was the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time and had cultivated martial arts. "Greetings, Commander Feng." Chu Li fist saluted. "Dai." Feng Shi smiled. "How is it? Are you used to 3 Wonders Clan?" "It's all right," Chu Li replied. Feng Shi said, "Luo State City is not Peace Town. You can't be too presumptuous." "Yes." Chu Li fist saluted. "Thank you for your teachings, Commander Feng. I have something to discuss with Commander Zhou. I'll take my leave now." "Go." Feng Shi looked at Chu Li and waved his hand. He found it strange. According to Feng Changwon, Zhao Dai was uncultured, reckless, lawless, and harsh. He even dared to talk back to association leader and showed no mercy. However, based on the 2 times they met, Zhao Dai was not as boorish as he seemed to be. Instead, he was rather refined and well-mannered. He was followed by 2 middle-aged protectors as they walked slowly toward Joy Brothel. After dinner, he was bored and wanted to find some fun. He wanted to find a colleague to go with him, but he couldn't find one. Those who were like him had already left Sanja Hall. It seemed that he could only go there by himself. He had just taken a few steps when a valiant-looking young man suddenly rushed over. "Commander!" Feng Shi frowned. Aren't you with Chongwen? What's wrong? Young master, he was killed. The valiant young man lowered his head in shame. Feng Shi asked coldly. Someone broke into the residence and killed him. It was young master who snuck out and entered Joy Pavilion. In the end, he was killed in the pavilion. The valiant young man said in a low voice, We were a step too late. Who did it? I don't know. Why did he sneak out? Feng Shi asked coldly, suppressing his anger. It was useless to get angry at a time like this. It was the two maids who served him who covered up for him and managed to fool us, the valiant young man said. With a gloomy face, Feng Shi said faintly, Throw them into the well and find a place to bury them. Go and find out who killed Chongwen. I want to know everything. Yes, the valiant young man responded and quickly left. You brought this upon yourself. Feng Shi snorted coldly. His nephew's death was one thing, but he had crushed his dream of climbing up the social ladder. No matter who killed Feng Chongwen, that person would be his enemy, and he must avenge this grudge. Anyone who was involved in this must be wiped out. He thought of Chu Li, whom he had met earlier. When he recalled Chu Li's expression, he gradually became certain that the murderer was Zhao De. Zhao De. He turned to look at the main entrance of Three Wonders Clan and shook his head. When Chu Li arrived at Earthstar Courtyard, Zhou Sun was drinking tea in the courtyard. Chu Li gave a fist salute and sat opposite him. Thank you, Commander. Without Zhou Sun's help, he would have to wait for an opportunity to kill Feng Chongwen unless he had skills that surpassed Zhao De's. Zhou Sun's secret help had saved him a lot of time, although he knew that Zhou Sun was doing it for his own sake and was eager to lure him into the Holy Church of Light's branch. Zhou Sun smiled. How is it? It's done. Chu Li scoffed. This guy is cunning. I can't kill him every time. This time I finally killed him. Very good. Zhou Sun nodded. You have to be careful too. If I can use this method to plot against Feng Chongwen, Feng Shi can do the same to you. I'll be careful. Chu Li nodded. Why don't I run? Where? Zhou Sun asked. Chu Li replied, Somewhere far away, where Three Wonders Clan can't find me. It's useless. Zhou Sun shook his head. The influence of Three Wonders Clan is beyond your imagination. You can't escape. There's only one way out, and that's to face the challenge. All right then, Chu Li said. I don't believe that he can really kill me. Zhou Sun smiled. Chu Li said a few more words before he gave a fist salute and left. Now that he was a disciple of Three Wonders Clan, he had 100 taels of silver to settle in, but it was far from enough to buy a house. The houses in Luo State City were much more expensive than those in Chongming Town. Zhou Sun lent him a small mansion to live in. In a year's time, he would be able to buy his own mansion. There was only an old couple in the small house, and they were originally here to look after the house. Both of them were kind and honest, but they were old and their sense of taste had deteriorated, and their cooking skills were not that good. Chu Li gave up after eating their food twice, and often went out to eat in restaurants. Luo State City was unusually prosperous. There were more than 10 large restaurants and hundreds of medium-sized restaurants. There were also some street food stalls. Even though Chu Li had lived here for a year, his meals were always different. The next morning, Chu Li went to a restaurant to have his breakfast. Chu Li liked the breakfast in this restaurant very much, and he had been eating here for the past 2 days. When he went up to the 3rd floor, there were already more than 10 tables upstairs. He randomly found a seat and sat down. A handsome servant came over and wiped the table with a cloth, his movements light and quick. Chu Li looked at him. Are you the new servant? Yes, I'm new. The handsome young man nodded. Chu Li nodded. No wonder I didn't recognize you. The young man quickly said, Yes, please take a knife, young master. Chu Li picked up the knife on the table. The young man bent over to wipe the table, and suddenly, a cold light shot out from his sleeve. Swoosh! The short arrow was extremely fast, and it was right in front of him. The young man was confident that he could hit it. Ding! Chu Li's long sword was placed in front of his chest, and the short arrow was blocked. The blade made a clear sound. The young man quickly retreated, and 2 blades slashed at Chu Li at the same time. At the same time, the 2 young men sitting at the next table swung their blades. and the blades were like a silver waterfall. Chuli kicked the table away. The table caught up with the young man and knocked him away. Chuli swung his blade. Ding ding. The two blades were destroyed, and Chuli sent the two young men and their blades flying. The two of them were like they were hit by a galloping horse, and they crashed through the window and flew out. Chuli caught up with the young man and swung his blade. The young man rolled on the ground, barely dodging the attack, and then shot towards a window. Swoosh! Chuli caught up with him again. The young man broke through the window and escaped, leaving an arm on the ground. Chuli sheathed his blade and looked around. The people were silent, and the screams stopped. Chapter 765. He went straight back to the Earthstar courtyard of Three Wonders clan. Along the way, his face was gloomy and murderous. He ignored everyone he met as if they owed him money. The onlookers secretly shook their heads. This guy from the Peace Town was indeed full of arrogance. He did not fit in with Luo State City. When he arrived at the Earthstar courtyard, more than 20 people were cultivating in the courtyard. They were all innate masters, and there were even perfected innate masters. When they saw him, someone greeted him. "Zhao Fade, come here." Chuli glanced at them, scoffed, and turned to leave. "Hey, Brother Zhao, the commander isn't here," the person from before called out. He was a burly young man who was about the same size as Chuli. He looked at Chuli provocatively. "I heard that you have amazing strength and blade technique. The commander made an exception to recruit you. Come on, show me what you've got." Chuli ignored him and walked straight to the main hall. "Hey, the commander really isn't here. You don't believe me?" The burly young man shouted. Chuli turned and glared at him. "Who do you think you are?" When he said this, the burly young man was stunned. His face turned red and he glared at him. "Zhao, you're asking for it." Chuli turned and walked towards the young man. He looked him up and down with his triangular eyes. "What's your name?" "Sun Zhaoran." The burly young man scoffed. He immediately felt that he was too weak. He was ashamed and angry. "Zhao, you did this on purpose, didn't you? I'm too lazy to remember the name of a nobody like you." Chuli waved his hand. "You're provoking me because you're jealous of me, right?" "Nonsense." Sun Zhaoran was furious. He took a few steps forward. "Zhao, are you related to the commander? There's something wrong with your brain." Chuli laughed and pointed at him. "You're saying that the commander is using his power for personal gain, right? You've got guts, even more gutsy than me." He shook his head. "I really don't want to talk nonsense with an idiot like you." He reached out to the weapon rack and picked up a wooden blade. "Come on, let's see what you've got." "All right." Sun Zhaoran gritted his teeth and picked up a wooden blade. "I'd like to see what you've got." Chuli swung his blade down, mountain splitting form. Sun Zhaoran raised his saber to meet the attack. Puffed. Sun Zhaoran fell to the ground with blockhead. He covered his shoulder and stared at Chuli in disbelief. He felt that his blade was like hitting a boulder that rolled down from the top of a mountain. There was no difference whether he blocked it or not. His shoulder was in so much pain that it felt like his bones were broken. Chuli turned his head to look at the remaining 20 people and shouted, "Who's still not convinced? Let's go together." "Let me try." A stocky young man picked up a wooden sword and raised it towards Chuli. Chuli scoffed. "Anything else?" "Let's go. I alone am enough." The stocky youth snorted. "Watch my sword." The wooden sword was so fast that it instantly pierced Chuli's throat. Chuli swung his blade diagonally. Just as the wooden sword was about to reach his throat, his long blade had already struck the honest young man. The tip of the knife moved upwards, avoiding the vital parts of his lower body. Otherwise, he would have become a eunuch. "Oh!" The stocky young man let go of his sword and covered his abdomen with both hands. His mouth was wide open as he desperately tried to breathe, but he could not. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of red cloth. He could only make muffled sound from his throat, but he could not say a word. He bent his body and slowly fell to the ground. Chuli curled his lips and looked at the crowd again. "Does anyone else want to fight?" The crowd frowned at him. Although they were not happy with his arrogance, the tyrannical strength and speed that he displayed made them very afraid. They knew that they would not be able to win if they went up. Chuli scoffed. "A bunch of useless people." The crowd glared at him angrily. I'll try, a middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Chuli glanced at him. You're already so old. What are you trying to show off for? Zhao Fide, you're too arrogant. I'll show you the immensity of heaven and earth. The middle-aged man scoffed. Chuli waved his hand. Young? Gather? Pain of earthworm? Why earthworm stabbing a pottery box? Ichio gu zhu qin di zheng? Only hang? Yohi ichi song? Kryptonite pain of earthworm? Ishui chi song? Ichi song? Zheng? The middle-aged man picked up a wooden sword and took a big stride towards Chuli. The wooden sword turned into a ray of yellow light and was extremely fast. Chuli used the Een lifting form. Slap! The wooden sword swung. Chuli felt a wave of inner energy enter his body. He waved his blade and used the river raising form to cut the middle-aged man's neck. The middle-aged man fell to the ground and could not get up no matter what. Chuli scoffed. That's a scary move. Any more? The crowd was completely convinced this time. The middle-aged man was a perfected innate master. One more step, and he would reach the Grandmaster's boundary. Chuli pouted. What a bunch of useless people. The crowd glared at him angrily, but no one came out to humiliate themselves. Chuli turned around and entered the main hall. He sat on an armchair and closed his eyes, not moving an inch. The crowd glared at him and went back to cultivating. Only by cultivating with all their might could they wash away the humiliation they suffered today. Footsteps were heard. Zhou came in from outside and waved his hand, indicating that Chuli did not have to be so polite. He sat on the armchair in the middle and said calmly, Were there assassins? Yes. Chuli said, Commander, can I kill them? Don't kill them if you can. Zhou shook his head. They're brothers of Three Wonders clan, after all. If they remember that I'm their brother, they won't kill me. Chuli scoffed. They're allowed to kill me, but I'm not allowed to kill them? That's true. Zhou laughed. Chuli said, If it's up to me, I'll be too lenient. I'll just wipe out the entire Morning Light courtyard and see who else Commander Feng can order to kill me. Then he'll have to do it himself, Zhou said. Chuli scoffed. Commander, you won't just stand by and watch, will you? Let's go, follow me. Zhou stood up and walked out. Chuli followed him out of the main hall. Where are we going? To meet someone, Zhou said. He brought Chuli to Joy Brothel. Chuli looked at him in surprise. Zhou said, Don't ask too many questions. It's useless. I won't answer. All right, Chuli said helplessly. He then muttered, So mysterious. Zhou glared at him and ignored him. He had slowly come to understand Zhao Dai's temper. He was indeed stubborn and did not understand the ways of the world. His mind was far from mature. If he were to lower himself to the average person, he would die from anger. When the two entered Joy Brothel, a handsome servant welcomed them and led them to the 4th floor. Then he bowed and left. Chuli turned to look at Zhou and pretended to be curious. The two went to the easternmost room. Zhou respectfully knocked on the door twice. His movements were gentle, as if the door was a thin layer of paper, and he was afraid that it would break if he knocked on it. Come in. A crisp voice was heard. Zhou pushed the door open and entered. Then, he gently closed the door and bowed. Greetings, Miss Rulin. Chuli followed suit and fist saluted. A demure and charming young woman sat quietly on an embroidered stool in the living room. Her eyes were like water, and there was a charm between her brows. However, her expression was stern and cold. She looked at Zhou and Chuli calmly. Is that him? Yes. Zhou nodded. Chuli looked at him curiously, revealing a hint of wildness and fearlessness. Miss Rulin waved her hand. Chuli pointed at himself. Zhou quickly glared at him. Chuli walked closer, and the faint fragrance of orchids wafted into his nose. Miss Rulin's eyes became brighter and more threatening. She pointed at his right arm. Chapter 766. P.S. Update complete. Miss Rulin stretched out her fair fingers and slowly placed them on his right wrist. A faint thread of inner energy floated into his body and circled around his arm in strands. It traveled to every part of his body, including his muscles, bones, and even his pores. Then it spread to every other part of his body. Her bright and beautiful eyes slowly closed, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Chu Li stared at her eyelashes without blinking, as if he was studying the length of her eyelashes and counting the number of her eyelashes. He was so focused that Zhou Sun shook his head helplessly. Chu Li realized that he did not seem to be acting. Instead, he had truly transformed into Zhao Dai, vividly displaying Zhao Dai's wildness and fearlessness. Through the incarnation, he discovered that there was a sense of wildness and fearlessness hidden in his bones. It was just that he had always suppressed it, and now he had the chance to release it. The heavenly demonic power turned out to be a wonderful method to see one's true nature. After a long while, Miss Rulin's faintly discernible aura had finally spread throughout his entire body. He thought that this was the end, but Miss Rulin did not seem to have any intention of opening her eyes. Another subtle but ice-cold aura entered his body and circulated along his meridians at high speed. In the blink of an eye, it had completed a full circulatory cycle. Chu Li did not activate the omniscient mirror, as he did not want to expose himself. Following that, another wave of scorching aura drilled into his body. It was abnormally thick, and wherever it passed, his meridians would feel a burning pain. Fortunately, his body was strong, so he didn't suffer any major hindrance or injuries. Miss Rulin opened her eyes abruptly and stared at him with a frown. Her gaze was as cold as lightning. Chu Li looked at her in confusion. Zhou Sun whispered, "Miss Rulin?" Miss Ku too frowned as she looked at Chu Li. Then, she said, "You can go back first. Zhou Sun, stay here." Chu Li turned to look at Zhou Sun. Zhou Sun quickly said, "Go back first and wait for news." Chu Li gave Miss Rulin a puzzled look before he strode away. Chu Li frowned the moment he stepped out of the room. He could not care less about exposing himself. He activated the omniscient mirror in an attempt to see through Miss Rulin's thoughts. He did not expect Miss Rulin to have cultivated a strange heart technique. Just like Shao Qi and Lu Yurong, she could prevent the omniscient mirror from reading it. He vaguely sensed that something was not right. This Miss Rulin possessed an extraordinary skill, so she might be able to see through him. He could not underestimate the Holy Church of Light. "Miss Rulin, how is his aptitude?" Zhou Sun asked anxiously. Miss Rulin gestured for him to sit down and talk. Zhou Sun could only suppress his impatience and sit opposite her. He stared in her bright eyes and said, "Not bad, right?" "Yes, his aptitude is excellent." Miss Rulin nodded lightly. Zhou Sun flashed a satisfied smile. "I knew he had exceptional aptitude. 2 days ago, he killed Feng Chongwen, but he only relied on his physical strength without any inner energy." Miss Rulin raised her willowy eyebrows and calmly said, "Oh, Feng Chongwen is dead?" "Yes," Zhou Sun said. "Both of them are sworn enemies. I helped out a little and revealed Feng Chongwen's whereabouts. He cultivated the Great Light Scripture, but he was still killed by an acquired boundary. He really deserves to die." Miss Rulin gently nodded and sighed faintly. This Zhao Dai's talent is indeed top-notch. If he can really enter the Holy Church, he might just become another top-notch expert. Zhou Sun's smile widened. "However, you'll have to find a way to kill him when you return," Miss Rulin said calmly. Zhou Sun was stunned and frowned. "Why?" "I can see the shadow of the sentient menace in his body," Miss Rulin calmly said. "His body is so strong because he cultivated the sentient menace." "Impossible," Zhou Sun slowly said. "He had a fortuitous encounter and ate a red fruit. That's why his divine power is so amazing. No matter what," Miss Rulin indifferently said, "he has indeed cultivated the sentient menace before. It's very likely that he's from the Tempest Temple. No matter how well he cultivates the sentient menace, it's impossible for him to have such amazing divine power in just a few days." Zhou Sun said, "I've looked into his past. Before he fell off the cliff, he was indeed weak. After a few days, he came back as if he was a completely different person. No matter how powerful the sentient menace is, it's impossible to cultivate it to such a state in just a few days." Miss Rulin said, Maybe he really had a fortuitous encounter and ate a strange fruit, which prompted his sentient menace to advance. He's simple-minded and bad-tempered. He can't be a mole. Zhou Sun shook his head. Especially not a disciple of the Tempest Temple. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let someone who cultivates the sentient menace go. Miss Rulin said, Zhou Sun, if you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll ask Feng Shi to kill him. After spending a few days with him, it's inevitable to develop feelings for him. There's no need to force yourself, lest you let him escape. No, Miss Rulin, I'll do it myself. Zhou Sun waved his hand and said in a low voice, There's no need to trouble anyone else. Miss Rulin nodded. All right, I believe that you can do it, Commander Zhou. Miss Rulin, wait for my good news. Zhou Sun said. Miss Rulin said, Only the two of us will know what we've said today. If he hears the news and runs away, don't worry, Miss Rulin. Zhou Sun said in a low voice, I'm loyal to the Holy Church. I won't let go of a mole from the Tempest Temple. I'll wait for your good news, Miss Rulin said. Zhou Sun stood up and walked out with heavy steps. He sighed on his own behalf. It was not easy for him to get an opportunity to advance, but he did not expect it to be all for naught. At this thought, his disappointment turned into anger and a burning desire to kill. This brat who made a fool out of him must die. If he did not die, Miss Rulin would suspect his loyalty. Then, he could only be a commander of Three Wonders clan for the rest of his life. He would not be able to advance any further. If he could not return to the Holy Church, what was the point of living? Chu Li was waiting for him downstairs. When he saw Zhou Sun, he quickly went up to him. Commander, what's the matter? Miss Rulin doesn't look right. What's wrong? Zhou Sun asked. Chu Li asked, Who exactly is she? You don't have to worry about that, Zhou Sun said. Dave, what happened to your fortuitous encounter? What do you mean, what happened? Chu Li asked, pretending to be confused. Zhou Sun scoffed. You only ate one red fruit? Chu Li scratched his head. Of course. I'm telling you, this matter is very important. It determines your fate. Zhou Sun saw that he did not mean what he said and knew that he was hiding something. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. Tell me the truth. Chu Li scratched his head. I can't tell you. Young? Show? Wopash cowed out. Chu Li said, When I fell off the cliff, I was saved by an old monk. Otherwise, I would have fallen to my death. That old monk even taught me a few moves of martial arts. After I learned those moves, I ate a red fruit and gained extraordinary strength. What kind of martial arts did he teach you? Zhou Sun asked. Chu Li said he didn't say. He only told me not to mention it to anyone else because this martial art is too powerful. If others knew about it, they would definitely fight for it, and I wouldn't have a good life. You're quite obedient. Zhou Sun scoffed. What about the old monk? Chu Li sighed and shook his head. The old monk is dead. He taught me martial arts and gave me that red fruit. He died after that. Where is he buried? Zhou Sun scoffed. Chapter 767. Zhou Sun looked doubtful. Chu Li was annoyed. Commander, you don't believe me? Dead men tell no tales, Zhou Sun said. What if he didn't turn into a beam of light and flew away? Why would I lie to you? Chu Li said. He really turned into a beam of light and flew into the sky. I heard chanting, and it sounded like he became a Buddha. This old monk is too powerful. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have the strength I have now. He told you not to teach this martial art to anyone. No, Chu Li shook his head. He only told me not to tell anyone else in case someone tries to steal this martial art, because it's too powerful. If it's that powerful, you wouldn't still be an acquired master. Zhou Sun shook his head. He said, This is to build a foundation. If your foundation is better than others, it'll be easier and faster for you to cultivate any martial art in the future. You'll also be stronger than others. Chu Li smiled proudly. Zhou Sun said, Practice it for me. Commander, you want to learn too? Chu Li asked nervously. Zhou Sun said, I'm just curious. I want to see what martial art you're practicing. Well, Commander, you're a grandmaster. It's useless to practice this. Chu Li made an excuse. Young? Gather? Sort of Huanqi. Unite with the enemy? Yigilu, you really can't learn it? If you don't learn it, I won't care, Zhou Sun said coldly. Chu Li sighed. All right, I'll go back and practice it. The two arrived at Chu Li's courtyard. He quickly practiced the first 6 levels of the sentient menace. His originally slow movements were now as swift and violent as his fighting moves. Zhou Sun frowned and stared at him. After Chu Li was done, he looked at him proudly. Commander, how is it? Isn't it amazing? It's indeed the sentient menace, Zhou Sun said. The Tempest Temple's sentient menace was well known. The Holy Church of Light had the first 3 levels of the sentient menace. Zhou Sun had practiced the sentient menace before, but he did not succeed. The sentient menace's entry level was too difficult, and he did not have the heart technique for the rest. Hence, he only tried to practice it and gave up after failing. When he saw Chu Li's movements, he recognized it immediately. Chu Li said, "The sentient menace, what an awesome name. What else did the old monk say?" Zhou Sun frowned. Chu Li shook his head. "Oh, he only told me not to go to the Ji dynasty because I'll be killed. Of course, I won't go to the Ji dynasty. Fatal calamity." Zhou Sun frowned. Chu Li nodded. "Why would there be a fatal disaster?" "It's probably because of this set of martial arts of yours." Zhou Sun said, "All right, it's getting late. You should rest too. Watch out for Feng Shi's assassination." Chu Li scoffed. "As long as he doesn't do it himself, the others aren't worth mentioning." Zhou Sun smiled and turned to leave. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. If what Zhao Dai said was true, then it would be beneficial for him. Although Zhao Dai had cultivated the sentient menace, he was not a disciple of the Tempest Temple. If he could cultivate the Great Light Scripture as well, it would be a combination of the strengths of both sections. It would be more beneficial for his cultivation, and his achievements in the future would be higher. Once his achievements were high, his position as the recommender would also rise. Therefore, he changed his mind and did not kill him directly. In the evening, Chu Li arrived at a restaurant. He really could not afford to eat at home. He wanted to see who else Feng Shi would send to assassinate him. He wanted to witness the assassination techniques. After he finished his meal, he did not move. As he walked back, he turned into a quiet alley and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Feng Shi slowly walked out of the shadows in the corner. Chu Li frowned and looked at him. "Commander Feng." Feng Shi's plump figure and solemn face created a strong sense of oppression. He stared at Chu Li and asked, "Zhao Dai, you're the one who killed Changwen, aren't you?" Chu Li admitted without hesitation. "Yes, I killed him. Why did you have to kill him?" Feng Shi slowly took a step forward. "Although he pushed you, it was also a fortuitous encounter for you. Why did you have to kill him?" Chu Li replied, "I was lucky to have a fortuitous encounter. He did kill me. I've always been a person who repays kindness and enmity. Since he killed me, I must kill him. It's that simple." "All right, if that's the case, you have nothing to say if I kill you, right?" Feng Shi said. "You killed Changwen, so I must avenge him. All right, let's do it our own way." Chu Li nodded. He suddenly pulled out his blade and swung it. Feng Shi's feet slid as he glided backward and threw a punch at Chu Li. Bang! Chu Li was sent flying and crashed into the wall of the alley. Chu Li held onto his long blade tightly as he took out a small pebble and threw it at Feng Shi. The pebble let out a sharp whistling sound as it turned into a shadow. Feng Shi lightly swung his palm, but the pebble broke through the obstruction of his palm energy and crashed into Feng Shi. Feng Shi tilted his body and dodged the attack. He shook his head and said, "You may be strong in the eyes of an innate master, but you're nothing in front of Grandmaster. You don't have to struggle in vain. Just slit your own throat and die the quick death." "In your dreams." Chu Li scoffed. He took out another pebble and threw it at Feng Shi. The pebble created a sharp whistling sound and a shadow. Feng Shi frowned as he waved his palms and retreated to avoid the pebble. Chu Li dashed forward at an incredible speed. His long blade turned into a silver waterfall as he swung it at Feng Shi. Feng Shi waved his palms a few times. His plump body was unusually agile as he easily dodged the pebble. Facing the long blade, he only took a step to the side and easily avoided it. The long blade followed with a horizontal slash. River raising form. Feng-Shi took a step back and easily avoided the blade. Chu-Li rushed forward and used the Yin lifting form. Feng-Shi turned sideways and took a step forward. As he dodged the long blade, he threw a punch at Chu-Li. Bang! Chu-Li was sent flying again. He seemed to be hanging on the wall of the alley and did not slide down. Feng-Shi threw another punch. Bang! Chu-Li's body trembled as he took the full brunt of the punch. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was injured. Feng-Shi's casual punch was a charged attack. He thought he could kill Chu-Li with one punch. Chu-Li wiped the corner of his mouth and said angrily, "You're indeed a grandmaster." Feng-Shi said, "Your body is indeed extraordinary." Again, he threw another punch. Chu-Li's long blade pierced the wall and fell. Bang! A clear fist mark appeared where his heart was. This punch was unusually firm and well-trained. Another fist print appeared on the ground as he continued to roll toward Feng-Shi. During this process, he was sent flying by Feng-Shi once again. He was like a rag doll that Feng-Shi could hit as he pleased. More blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and glared at Feng-Shi. His eyes flashed with unyielding anger as he charged toward Feng-Shi. Again and again, he was sent flying. Feng-Shi shook his head as he punched. "It's useless," Chu-Li said angrily. "I'll kill you." "Ha! Don't even think about it in this lifetime." Feng-Shi smiled and threw another punch. Bang! Chu-Li was sent flying. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the top of the wall. Then, he flipped over the wall and disappeared from the residence. Feng-Shi shook his head. It was just a last-ditch struggle. He flew over the wall. Swoosh! A cold light suddenly appeared in front of him. Feng-Shi remained calm in the face of this sneak attack. He flicked his finger. Ding! The long blade was sent flying. Chu-Li was like a lamp at the end of its tether. His divine energy had disappeared, and he could not even hold his long blade firmly. After he fell from the wall to the ground, he did not have the strength to escape. He could only watch as Feng-Shi's palm hit his heart. Chapter 768. Feng-Shi approached him and placed his hand under Chu-Li's nose. He was no longer breathing. He had indeed died. "It's done," Feng-Shi said loudly. Two people appeared from a distant roof. One of them was Zhou Sun, and the other was Miss Rulin in a light purple gown. They came closer and looked down at Chu-Li. "Is he really dead?" Zhou Sun frowned. Feng-Shi answered, "He's dead." Miss Rulin nodded and said calmly, "There are no traces of the Tempest Temple's martial arts. He really didn't practice them." She took out a jade porcelain from her bosom and carefully poured out a pill. "Let him eat it." Zhou Sun took it and stuffed it into Chu-Li's mouth. Miss Rulin said, "Follow me." She glided away as she spoke. Zhou Sun picked up Chu-Li and followed her, and so did Feng-Shi. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Sun frowned at Feng-Shi. Feng-Shi smiled. "To watch the show." "What show is there to watch?" Zhou Sun scoffed. "You've killed him once to repay Feng Changwen's debt. Elder Zhou, maybe there's something wrong with him." Feng-Shi smiled. Zhou Sun scoffed. "You think there's something wrong with him? My words are useless." Feng-Shi glanced at Miss Rulin, who was flying 10 meters away. "If Miss Rulin says there's nothing wrong with him, then there's nothing wrong with him." Zhou Sun scoffed. He had seen Feng-Shi beat Chu-Li up and snorted. If there was nothing wrong with Zhao Dai, with his temper, he would not let Feng-Shi off. The three of them arrived at a courtyard and entered a bedroom. They placed Chu-Li on a bed. The two of them stepped back and looked at Miss Rulin. Miss Rulin's charming face was solemn. She slowly raised her hands and formed a strange mudra with her fair fingers before gently touching Chu-Li's forehead. Then, she closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered and her body remained motionless. Zhou Sun and Feng-Shi stood behind her vigilantly to prevent anyone from disturbing her. Although Chu-Li's body was dead, his spirit was still alive. He was in a strange state where he was neither dead nor alive. This was the wonder of the life and death scripture. After his previous death, he had advanced to the third level of the scripture and discovered this wondrous effect. Death was a state of withering. The body was no different from being dead, but the mind was still conscious. The surroundings were still under the observation of the omniscient mirror. As long as he willed it, he could return to normal. This withered state was not only used to feign death, it was also an extremely brilliant method of recovery. It was like a person's sleep. It was more like a deep meditative state, a true great rest. The recovery and healing effects were extremely shocking, even better than the healing heart technique that he used spiritual energy to circulate. At his current level of the life and death scripture, he could switch between thriving and withering. Every time he faked his death, he would be reborn and reborn. From withering to thriving, and from thriving to withering, it was like a cycle of life. After switching once, his body and spirit would be renewed. Only then did the wonders of the life and death scripture truly manifest itself. His omniscient mirror could not see through Miss Rulin, but he could see through Zhou Sun and Feng Shi. Once he knew their plan, he cooperated with them and faked his death. He was very curious as to what kind of mystical technique Miss Rulin was going to perform to see if there was anything wrong with him. A strange force was injected into his mind. This force caused his mind to work on its own, and he could not help but recall the situation of his fortuitous encounter. Chu Li was secretly surprised. This was a kind of special technique. It should be similar to mind reading. Thus, he quickly imagined the scene of the fortuitous encounter in his mind. He imagined that the old monk was Kong Hai and how he caught him in midair. Then, he taught him the sentient menace before turning into a ray of light and disappearing. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Those who had never seen such a phenomenon would not be able to imagine it. Only by experiencing it for themselves would they be able to understand the details. After a while, this force slowly faded. Miss Rulin slowly retracted her fair fingers and formed another hand seal. Then, she slowly returned it to her forehead. She took a dozen breaths before she slowly opened her eyes. Miss Rulin? Zhou Sun asked anxiously. Feng Shi stared at him as well. Miss Rulin's charming face was calm as she said gently, he wasn't lying. He did have a fortuitous encounter. An old monk taught him the sentient menace before he turned into a rainbow. This old monk is probably not from the Tempest Temple. He's not from the Tempest Temple? Zhou Sun asked anxiously. Is there really something wrong with Zhao Dai? Miss Rulin glanced at him and shook her head gently. There's no problem. That old monk didn't reveal his identity and had already turned into a rainbow. He no longer has anything to do with the world. Zhao Dai is extremely lucky. If he had been half a day later, he would have missed this opportunity. An old monk who can turn into a rainbow must be a famous monk of great virtue, right? Feng Shi said. We'll know once we look for him. This old monk isn't from the Li dynasty, Miss Rulin said. Miss Rulin said, the Tempest Temple cultivates the golden body invulnerability, while the Titanium Temple cultivates the rainbow transformation technique. This old monk should be from the Titanium Temple. Since the Titanium Temple doesn't care about the secular world, they wouldn't choose a mole, so Zhao Dai should be fine. Zhou Sun was overjoyed. Feng Shi said, Miss Rulin, there's something I don't understand. Does this monk from the Titanium Temple also cultivate the sentient menace? Miss Rulin nodded. The Titanium Temple cultivates divine powers and doesn't value martial arts that much. They don't think much of the Tempest Temple's martial arts and think that it's an inferior skill. However, since they have a profound dermic base, it's very easy for them to cultivate the martial arts of the Tempest Temple. Many monks from the Titanium Temple cultivate it for fun. This young man is really lucky. Feng Shi glared at Chu Li, who was lying on the bed. Miss Rulin said, Commander Feng, from today onwards, Zhao Dai will be a reserved disciple. He's not allowed to act recklessly. Yes. Feng Shi gave a fist salute. The Holy Church of Light had strict rules that forbade internal strife. Zhao Dai's status as a reserved disciple of the Holy Church of Light was feared, so no one dared to act recklessly. Feng Shi himself was also a reserved disciple. If he were to harm Zhao Dai, the church would surely perish. Zhou Sun beamed. I wonder what Zhao Dai will achieve in the future with the sentient menace and the great light scripture. Miss Rulin nodded. It all depends on his luck. When will he be imparted? Zhou Sun quickly asked. It should be done as soon as possible. He's not young anymore. Miss Rulin glanced at him. The saint's whereabouts are confidential. You shouldn't have asked about it. Yes. Zhou Sun gave a fist salute. I was too rash. He'll stay here. You guys go. Miss Rulin said. He'll leave immediately after the imparting. Miss Rulin, why don't you let him stay? Zhou Sun asked. I can take care of him and give him some pointers. Miss Rulin shook her head. He'll have to listen to the saint. Feng Shi frowned and hesitated. Miss Rulin, is he going to cultivate in the Great Light Peak? It's possible. Miss Rulin nodded. Feng Shi's expression changed slightly. Zhou Sun was overjoyed. A reserved disciple who was lucky enough to cultivate in the Great Light Peak was recognized by the saint and had a high chance of becoming an official disciple in the future. This young man is really lucky. Feng Shi scoffed. Zhou Sun chuckled. It's a blessing in disguise. He's extremely lucky indeed. Feng Shi glared at him in dissatisfaction. Zhou Sun said, Elder Feng, don't blame him. Even if Feng Changwan were alive, he wouldn't have any hope of becoming an official disciple. Feng Shi did not refute. Feng Changwan's aptitude was considered very good, but it was obviously not as good as Zhao De. Miss Rulin waved her hand. The two tactfully bade farewell and left. Miss Rulin frowned as she stared at Chu Li. She had cultivated a special skill, so her senses were exceptionally sharp. She could vaguely sense that something was amiss, but she could not pinpoint it. Chapter 769. P.S. Update complete. Her eyes were as clear as water, and she looked charming and alluring. Chu Li's facial features were active as well. He could feel her fragrant breath, and her skin was as smooth as white jade. She kept staring at Chu Li thoughtfully, trying to find something that was wrong, but she could not find it. She was a stubborn person, and the more she could not find it, the more she wanted to find it. She stared at Chu Li again and again until he shifted his attention away and deactivated the omniscient mirror. Only then did the feeling that something was wrong disappear completely. Miss Rulin vaguely felt that someone was spying on her. She grabbed Chu Li's belt and carried him out of the house like a stick, disappearing into the night. Chu Li maintained a sliver of consciousness and observed his surroundings. Miss Rulin brought him out of Luo State City and glided as if they were riding the wind. The next morning, they arrived at Ben State City. Ben State City was more prosperous than Luo State City. The city walls were 2 meters higher than Luo State City, and the main road was a meter wide. Although he could not see the entire size of Ben State City, he estimated that it was slightly larger than Luo State City. Under the morning sun, Ben State City seemed to have just woken up. There was a sense of freshness amidst the hustle and bustle, and the air was fresh and pleasant. She carried Chu Li to the front of a luxurious mansion. The red lacquer door was covered with copper nails and shone with a yellow light under the morning sun. It was as if pairs of eyes were staring at them, exuding a sense of dignity and wealth. The stone lions on both sides seemed to have come to life and were mighty and domineering. Even so, the stone lions could not suppress the eerie aura of the two young men in white. They were two handsome young men with tall figures and sharp eyes. They were full of energy and spirit, and their temples were bulging. They were already grandmasters at such a young age. Chu Li sighed to himself. How extravagant and confident it was to have grandmasters guarding the door. When they saw Miss Rulin approaching, they took a step forward at the same time and blocked her way. Their imposing aura immediately locked onto her. Their hands were on their long blades, and they remained motionless as if they were drawing a bow into a full moon. Miss Rulin put Chu Li down and took out a white jade tag from her inner pocket. One side of the tag was carved with a sun that was emitting a dazzling brilliance, while the other side was carved with a ball of flame that seemed to be constantly burning and would never be extinguished. She flashed the white jade token in front of the two young men. They took a step back and cupped their fists. Junior Sister Rulin, which one is this? The seriousness on the round-faced young man's face faded away and was replaced by a smile. Dead. Miss Rulin glared at him coldly. Senior Brother Zhu, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, another square-faced young man said with a smile. Junior Sister Rulin, have you met a good seedling? Miss Rulin glanced at him and said, Senior Brother Zoe, you don't need to know about this. Hee, we're bored, so there's no harm in asking around, right? The round-faced young man said with a smile. Junior Sister Rulin, did you go out this time for this guy? Miss Rulin calmly said, Senior Brother Zhu, if you're bored, you should cultivate. Don't think that everything will be fine just because you've entered the Grandmaster's boundary. If your progress is insufficient, the saint won't hold back. The round-faced young man's expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly said, Yes, thank you, Miss Rulin. Chu could read the respect and admiration in his mind. Rulin carried Chu inside, and the two men helped to push open the side door. After entering the door, they saw a screen wall with a spirit crane and a pine tree painted on it. Chu chuckled to himself. The spirit crane's outline was similar, but its aura was worlds apart. It was like the difference between a white crane and a pheasant. Miss Rulin continued to carry him inside, and they walked along the flower-filled path until they arrived at the front of the main hall. Chu noticed that there were 4 grandmasters hidden among the flowers. They were all middle-aged men, and their auras were so well hidden that it was almost impossible to detect them. Only someone with a profound and pure cultivation level could achieve such a level. 2 young grandmasters stood in front of the main hall. When they saw Miss Rulin, they stepped forward with a menacing aura. Bright moon, southern sky. Miss Rulin uttered these 4 words, which were the secret words to enter the sect. If she could not say the secret words, they could only block her from entering, even if they recognized her. The 2 young masters gave a fist salute and smiled. Junior Sister Rulin, are you here to see the saint? Is the saint here? The saint is cultivating in the backyard. I'll go over then. This person is... Bring him to the saint, Miss Rulin said. The 2 men nodded and watched as she turned to another moon gate. Miss Rulin carried Chu through 3 courtyards and arrived at the backyard. The backyard was a sea of flowers that was divided into 2 parts. One was a sea of flowers, and the other was a small lake. In the middle of the sea of flowers, a woman in white stood motionless. Her face was covered by a white veil, so her face could not be seen clearly. Only her bright eyes could be seen, but they were closed. A gentle breeze blew past, and her white robe fluttered gently, revealing her graceful figure. Thousands of flowers swayed gently, as if they were bowing to her. Chu noticed that there were 4 grandmasters in the backyard. They were all old men with snow-white eyebrows, and it was as if they had become one with heaven and earth. If it was not for the omniscient mirror, he would not have been able to detect their presence just by their auras. However, the graceful woman in white had disappeared from Chu's omniscient mirror's observation. He had to open his eyes to see the woman in white. His omniscient mirror had failed to work, so he could not see the woman in white. When he was observing Fong Qingyang earlier, Fong Qingyang was like a blazing sun that shone so brightly that it almost shattered the omniscient mirror, so it was rather strenuous to observe him. However, the woman in white before him had completely turned into a ray of light and had become one with the light around her. The omniscient mirror could not see her, so he could only observe her with his naked eyes. It was truly strange. He had the urge to run away and use God's limbs to vanish. This woman in white was too dangerous. Rulin gracefully walked toward the woman in white. When they were 10 meters away from each other, Rulin tossed Chu aside and curtsied. Greetings, Saint. The woman in white slowly opened her eyes, and her beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with authority. She glanced at Rulin and said, You came here by force? You're not young anymore, are you? Her voice was magnetic and pleasant to the ear. She spoke at a moderate pace, which made people want to listen to her. 18 years old, Miss Rulin replied respectfully, originally a disciple of the Chivalry Association from Peacetown. When the Chivalry Association was fighting with the Ferric Blood Association, he was pushed down a cliff. He was rescued by an old monk, who taught him the sentient menace before he turned into a rainbow and left. An old monk who turned into a rainbow? He's from the Titanium Temple, right? Yes, Miss Rulin replied respectfully. I've already used the ancestral tracing skill to verify that he was telling the truth. Then I ate a red fruit, and my sentient menace's cultivation level soared to the 6th level. The woman in white nodded. You're really lucky, Miss Rulin said. Although he cultivated the sentient menace, he's not from the Tempest Temple. If he obtains our Great Light Scripture in the future and combines the two, I'm sure his power will be astonishing. We can give it a try. The woman in white nodded. Her phoenix eyes glanced at the motionless Chu Li on the ground thoughtfully. How many days has he been dead? Chapter 770. The lady in white said, let him stay here after he's revived. You can go to Huzhou City after that. There's another one there. See if it's worth bringing him back and imparting him with you. Yes, Miss Rulin replied. The lady in white waved her hand. Miss Rulin lifted Chu Li's belt and glided out of the backyard to the front yard. She found a small room and placed Chu Li on the bed in the bedroom. Bang! Miss Rulin suddenly slammed her palm on Chu Li's chest. Chu Li felt an extremely strong force hit his chest like an electric shock. Then another strange force was injected into his body. His heart started to beat uncontrollably, and the turbulent force coursed through his body. His vitality was bursting, and he came back to life. Miss Rulin heaved a sigh of relief, and her charming face turned pale. Chu Li knew that her palm strike had a profound meaning and was no ordinary palm energy. Miss Rulin stared at him without blinking as she breathed in front of the bed. Her full chest heaved up and down vigorously. Chu Li slowly opened his eyes and looked at the algae, well in confusion. Miss Rulin asked, You're awake? Chu Li turned to look at her, and his eyes widened. Miss Rulin, you're dead too? Miss Rulin replied, I'm not dead, and neither are you. That's not right. Chu Li's stubbornness and foolishness were ingrained into his bones. There was no trace of him acting as if he was Zhao De himself. I remember it clearly. It was that **starred Feng, she who killed me. How could I have escaped? You're not dead, Miss Rulin said. She knew it was inappropriate to judge a person by his appearance, but facing this ugly face with triangular eyes, a flat nose, and thick lips, she really couldn't bring herself to like him. She tried her best to face him calmly and not be indifferent because of his ugliness. She had already done her best. Moreover, he was not a likable person. He was stubborn and could easily turn hostile. Chu Li was shocked. I'm really not dead. You're not dead, Miss Rulin replied. This is Ben State City. In a few days, the saint will pass on her martial arts to you, and you'll become a disciple of the Holy Church of Light. Chu Li was delighted. Was it Miss Rulin who saved me? Miss Rulin said, It's not me. It's just a test to see if you've concealed your martial arts and your reaction before you die. She had seen too many people who seemed brave and fearless, but when faced with life and death, they would immediately change into another person. When faced with a powerful enemy, no matter how they struggled or resisted, they would kneel and beg for mercy, begging for their lives. There was a great terror between life and death. Facing death was the best time to test a person's character. Does Commander Zhou know about it too? Chu Li scoffed. Miss Rulin nodded. Of course I do. The saintess possesses the divine technique and can see through people's hearts. Zhao De, if you have any shameful secrets or have any ulterior motives, you'd better plan ahead and confess. Leave as soon as possible. Don't let the saintess find out and kill you on the spot. Chu Li said hatefully. Commander Zhou actually knew about it too. Miss Rulin frowned at him. Is there anything I need to confess? Or are you going to leave? Chu Li said, I've misjudged him. Miss Rulin furrowed her brows even more. Chu Li hurriedly waved his hand. I don't have anything to hide. What do you mean by having ulterior motives? I've entered the Holy Church with ulterior motives. If I want to kill Feng Shi, does that count as having ulterior motives? Feng Shi is a disciple of the Church. The Church rules prohibit disciples from killing each other. If you kill Feng Shi, you'll have to die according to the Church rules. I can't kill Feng Shi just because I joined the Church. Chu Li's eyes widened. Miss Rulin nodded slowly. Then I won't join the Church. If you don't join the Church, you'll never be able to defeat Feng Shi. Who said that? Chu Li scoffed indignantly, but his expression was bitter. Feng Shui was a grandmaster. How could he possibly defeat him? No matter how strong he was, without top-notch light body technique, he would not even be able to touch the corner of Feng Shi's shirt. He had completely merged himself with Zhao Dai, so his thoughts were no different from Zhao Dai's. Miss Rulin asked, "Are you dead now?" "I'm not dead." "Then Feng Shi didn't kill you. He was only testing you. It's not the same as Feng Chong when killing you." "You can say that. Since he didn't kill you, you don't have to kill him. You just have to teach him a lesson." "Yes, I have to teach him a good lesson. The disciples of the church are not allowed to kill each other, but they're allowed to spar with each other." Miss Rulin patiently guided Zhao Dai's way of thinking. She took the opportunity to guide him. "You can force him to spar with you and beat him up. One round isn't enough." Chu Li shook his head and said seriously, "At least 10 rounds. Miss Rulin smiled faintly. "As long as you're capable of making him spar with you." Chu Li revealed a satisfied smile. Miss Rulin felt that Zhao Dai was not a problem. He was just a little stupid. It was a problem how to use him, and he was an awkward person. "Stay here for the next few days and don't go anywhere. You're not allowed to go to the backyard. You'll be killed if you barge in," Miss Rulin said. "Who's in the backyard?" Chu Li asked. Miss Rulin replied, "You don't need to know. It's best if you stay in the house and don't come out." "I'll sleep then," Chu Li said. Miss Rulin nodded. That's for the best." She stood up and left. King An's residence in Fairy's capital of the Li dynasty. Chu Li appeared in Tianshu courtyard. Only CEO Shi was practicing her breathing technique in the courtyard. She was dressed in a snow-white robe. When she saw Chu Li, she gave him a sidelong glance and ignored him. Chu Li smiled. "Why is it only Lady CEO Shi?" CEO Shi ignored him. Chu Li stared at her with a smile. CEO Shi scoffed. "Little sister is here tonight. She just got back." Chu Li nodded slowly. Through the omniscient mirror, he saw the situation in one of the residences at the back of the imperial residence. Shuning Hu was reading in a gazebo above the lake in the backyard, while Sio Qi was sitting quietly in the gazebo. The lake was calm, and she seemed to have become one with it. Chu Li frowned. The calmer and more stable her state of mind was, the more difficult it would be for him to break free. "You haven't been back for a few days." CEO Shi ended her breathing technique and stared at him. "Is it more fun in the Li dynasty?" Chu Li smiled. "I'm about to break into the Holy Church of Light." It went so smoothly. CEO Shi was surprised. Chu Li replied, "It went quite smoothly." He sat in front of the stone table. CEO Shi took the teacup from Yang Su and handed it to him personally. Her hands and the snow-white porcelain teacup blended so well that it was hard to tell them apart. After Yang Su left, Chu Li told CEO Shi about his experiences over the past few days. CEO Shi listened with great interest. "What does the saint look like?" CEO Shi asked. Chu Li shook his head. "She covered her face, so I couldn't see her face clearly." CEO Shi said, "She's the most beautiful woman in the Li dynasty." Chu Li looked at her with a smile. CEO Shi rolled her eyes at him. "Don't go undercover. You'll get yourself into trouble and be charmed by her." Chu Li burst into laughter. Chapter 771. Chu Li frowned. This was what he was most afraid of. He had the omniscient mirror, so he was not afraid of mind-reading spells. He could even use the omniscient mirror to deceive his opponent. But he wasn't so sure about the saintess. With the protection of the omniscient mirror, others would not be able to invade his mind. However, he was afraid that the saint would find out that there was a power protecting his mind. If that happened, it would be suspicious, and he would not be able to enter the Holy Church of Light. Xiao Shi said, "This is probably your biggest obstacle." Chu Li sighed and nodded slowly. He also felt that this was the biggest hurdle. So he came back to the Ji dynasty to relax and asked CEO Shi for advice. Xiao Shi said, "Why don't you just disappear?" Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Xiao Shi said, "If we give ourselves away, we won't even have a chance to escape. If Feng Qingyang's divine light body can suppress God's limbs, then Sun Mingyue's divine light body must be even more powerful." Chu Li shook his head and sighed. "I'm already at the door. I still have to try." There are many talents in the Secret Guardian's Hall, but most of them might have failed at this stage. Xiaoshi said, I won't be satisfied if I don't try. Then you'll have to think of a way out. Xiaoshi scoffed. Don't throw your life away. Chuli nodded. Xiaoshi frowned slightly. The titanium temple should have a way to break it. The divine light body could suppress the Buddhist divine power. In that case, would the titanium temple not be able to withstand a single blow from the divine light body? If that was the case, the Holy Church of Light would have taken in the titanium temple as its subsidiary a long time ago. How could they have allowed it to continue to be aloof from the world? Let's go take a look at Suin. Xiaoshi hurriedly said, We can also ask him about the solution. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Xiaoshi packed a bag, and both of them appeared outside the titanium temple in the blink of an eye. The morning sun shone on the titanium temple. To outsiders, the dilapidated titanium temple seemed to be shrouded in a golden glow. The golden light of the pagoda covered the entire titanium temple, blocking the omniscient mirror's prying. Chu Li went forward and knocked on the door. A young novice monk came out and smiled when he saw them. He pressed his palms together and said, Almsgiver Chu, almsgiver Xiao. Xiaoshi asked, Little venerable one, where's Suin? Senior apprentice brother, Su, and is still in seclusion. The little monk pressed his palms together. We would like to meet revered Sir Kong, F.A., Chu Li said. Patrons, please wait a moment. The novice monk retreated. After a while, the tall and burly Kong, F.A., stepped out of the titanium temple. His yellow monk robe fluttered as he pressed his palms together. Chu Li and Xiaoshi pressed their palms together. Kong F.A. smiled. Almsgiver Xiao, what can I do for you? Xiaoshi asked, Is this how the titanium temple treats its guests? Let's talk over there. Kong F.A. smiled and pointed to a small pavilion not far away from the temple. The gazebo was located next to the forest, and the scenery was elegant. The three of them sat in the gazebo. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, making them feel at ease. Xiaoshi passed the parcel to Kong F.A. This is for Su, and Kong F.A. took it. Chu Li said, Revered sir, the last time I met a priest from the Holy Church of Light, he had cultivated the divine light body and was able to suppress my god's limbs. I almost lost my life. Divine light body. Kong F.A. frowned. Xiaoshi scoffed. Venerable one, don't tell me that the titanium temple doesn't have a solution. The divine light body is the Dharmakaya of Mahavarokana. It can suppress all Buddhas in the world. Kong F.A. sighed. There are only a few who can cultivate the divine light body. Xiaoshi quickly asked, Can the titanium temple handle it? Chu Li stepped into the Holy Church of Light and could not use his divine power. Once his identity was exposed, he would not be able to escape. This made her inexplicably uneasy and irritated. The divine light body is the Dharmakaya of Mahavarokana, and there is more than one Dharmakaya of Mahavarokana, Kong F.A. said slowly. Mahavarokana's immobility scripture can counteract the suppression of the divine light body. Immobility scripture? Xiaoshi quickly asked, Does your temple have it? Yes, we can pass it to almsgiver Chu. Kong F.A. nodded slowly. Xiaoshi smiled. Kong F.A. said, Mahavarokana's immobility scripture is not easy to cultivate. You need to be detached from the heart, to see the world as an illusion, to see everything as smoke and clouds. You must have such a thought, and your heart does not move according to the realm. Only then can you cultivate the immobility scripture. Whether or not he can cultivate it is Chu Li's problem, Xiaoshi said. She was very confident in Chu Li. Kong F.A. looked at Chu Li. Chu Li said, Thank you, revered sir. I owe the titanium temple another favor. Kong F.A. smiled. It's good that almsgiver Chu remembers. He took out a small red sandalwood box that was about the size of a finger and passed it to Chu Li. Chu Li took it and opened it. Inside was a crystal clear bead. It was a sarira. This is a sarira that I left behind in my past life. I'll give it to almsgiver Chu. I cultivated Mahavarokana's immobility scripture in my past life. With almsgiver Chu's cultivation level, you should be able to obtain Mahavarokana's immobility scripture through the sarira itself. Kong Fa smiled. Thank you, revered sir. May I know how many lives you've had? Chu smiled. The fifth life, revered Sir. Kong Fa sighed. This life is the most difficult. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble almsgiver Chu to lend me a hand. It's my duty, Chu said in a low voice. Revered Sir. Kong Fa pressed his palms together and stood up to leave the gazebo. He returned to the titanium temple and closed the temple door. Chu looked at the Sarira. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and placed the Sarira on his forehead. The omniscient mirror activated and enveloped the Sarira. A strange force rushed into his mind. Under the omniscient mirror's control, it was slowly released in the void of his mind. Suddenly, a gigantic Buddha appeared in the void of his mind. The Buddha made a mudra with both hands and murmured Buddhist scriptures. Golden words appeared in the void of his mind and spread out. This was Mahavairocana's immobility scripture. After chanting it once, he had memorized it completely and immediately understood it. Finally, the Buddha disappeared along with the golden words and completely merged into the void of his mind. Chu understood it and started to visualize again. Another gigantic Buddha appeared in his mind. It was several times bigger than the previous one. Its facial features were clear, and it looked like himself. The Buddha made a mudra with both hands and chanted Buddhist scriptures. It was Mahavairocana's immobility scripture. Golden words came out of the Buddha's mouth and floated in the void of his mind. The words floated and slowly turned into golden lotuses that formed a gigantic lotus seat. The gigantic Buddha sat in a lotus position on the lotus seat. He made a mudra with both hands and chanted Buddhist scriptures continuously. He looked more solemn than ever. The lotus seat grew bigger and bigger. Finally, it stopped condensing. The golden lotuses floated to the Buddha's body. Like raindrops falling into dry soil, they silently merged into it. Every time a golden lotus merged into it, the Buddha's body became more solid. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his eyes. Seoshur had been staring at him. When she saw him open his eyes, his gaze was calm and peaceful. There was no sadness or joy in his eyes. He was free and quiet. She was shocked. You've mastered it? Seoshur asked. Chu put the Sarira back into the box and smiled. I've gotten a glimpse of it. Seoshur let out a sigh of relief. Chu said, we should go back. What other uses does the immobility scripture have? Seoshur asked. Chu shook his head. I'll explore slowly. There's no rush. As long as it could restrain the divine light body, it was already a great power. He did not ask for anything else. As long as you can escape. Seoshur scoffed. This time, you can mess around as much as you want. Chapter 772. It would be great if he could integrate Mahavairocana's immobility scripture into the omniscient mirror. Mahavairocana's immobility scripture was similar to the omniscient mirror in that it allowed one's mind to remain unmoved and maintain a calm state, so that one could observe and respond to everything. The omniscient mirror could not restrain the divine light body, but it had many uses and was better than Mahavairocana's immobility scripture. If he could integrate Mahavairocana's immobility scripture into the omniscient mirror would be upgraded. If he could not integrate it, he would not be able to use Mahavairocana's immobility scripture when using the omniscient mirror. When using Mahavairocana's immobility scripture, he would not be able to use the omniscient mirror. It would be extremely inconvenient. He was already used to having the omniscient mirror with him at all times and observing everything. It felt like everything was under his control. Suddenly switching to Mahavairocana's immobility scripture made him feel like he was blind and deaf. It was extremely uncomfortable, and his martial arts seemed to be affected too. Both of them returned to Tianshu Courtyard. As soon as he returned to Tianshu Courtyard, his expression changed. Xiaoshur asked, what's wrong? Chu scoffed. Why is King back? He's really back? Xiaoshur was surprised. He must have returned to the residence in secret. You should pretend that you don't know. Chu pondered. Xiaoshur frowned. What is he trying to do? Chu shook his head. Su Ning was beside King In, so he could not see through his thoughts. Zhu Tianhua, go to the cultivation courtyard and ask revered Sir Su Ning to come over. Chu Li raised his voice. Yes, head chief. Zhu Tianhua's voice was heard from another courtyard. Then, there was the sound of a door opening, and Zhu Tianhua strode away. Chu Li followed Zhu Tianhua with the omniscient mirror and saw him arrive outside the cultivation courtyard. He knocked on the door, but there was no response. He pushed the door, but was blocked by an invisible force and could not move. Zhu Tianhua did not believe it and took a deep breath. His muscles bulged, and he pushed with all his might. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. A purple-robed elder was standing inside the door with his hands behind his back. He was more than 10 steps away. He could not open the door unless his cultivation level was higher than his. Chu Li frowned. Other than this elder in purple, there was another elder in purple. He was standing not far away from Kingin and had concealed himself. If it were not for the omniscient mirror, it would have been difficult for him to see his existence. These two elders in purple were obviously the top masters that King and had recently recruited. At this moment, Kingin was standing on the small martial arts field of the cultivation courtyard. He turned a deaf ear to the noises outside. His eyes were shining brightly. His cultivation level had advanced far beyond what Chu Li had imagined. He was slowly practicing a fist technique, focusing all his attention on his fist. Su Ning came closer and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, the head chief is looking for me. I'll be right back." "Be careful." Kingin frowned and scoffed. "He really has a lot of spies. He actually found out about us." This Chu Li's return was extremely secretive. Almost no one knew about it. Almost no one came to the cultivation courtyard, but he was still discovered. Chu Li's spies in the public house were very detailed. Su Ning pressed his palms together, opened the door, and walked out of the courtyard. Zhu Tianhua almost tripped from the impact. He hurriedly took a step back and pressed his palms together. "Revered Sir Su Ning, Chief requests your presence." Su Ning gestured for him to go first. Zhu Tianhua led the way, and they arrived outside the Tianshu courtyard. Chu Li seized the opportunity to see what Kingin was thinking and the identities of the two elders. The two elders in purple had profound cultivation levels, but they were high officials of the imperial house. It could be seen that the emperor paid close attention to these princes. Seeing that Kingin was at a disadvantage, although he did not help, he sent these two high officials of the imperial house with top-notch cultivation levels to prevent further assassination attempts. On the other hand, Kingin returned to investigate Chu Li. He heard news that many masters came to the imperial residence, and 4 of them seemed to be masters from the Amethyst Mountain. This made him furious, and he wanted to get to the bottom of this. If they were really masters from the Amethyst Mountain, then the person who crippled his martial arts must be Chu Li. He had his suspicions before. He had no enmity with the Amethyst Mountain, so it was strange that they kept crippling his martial arts. He also suspected Chu Li, thinking that he was the one who ordered it, but he quickly denied it. Because of Meng Jian's death, Chu Li and the Amethyst Mountain became sworn enemies, and Chu Li was also the victim of an assassination attempt by the Amethyst Mountain. He never thought that they would be together. If that was the case, then the person who ordered the Amethyst Mountain disciples to cripple his martial arts must be Chu Li. This revenge must be avenged, not until he regained his martial arts. If he could not kill Chu Li, then he would kill the person Chu Li cared about, his wife, Xiao Shi. Seeing this, Chu Li raised his eyebrows, and his killing intent surged. If Kingin wanted to attack him, Chu Li would not be angry. However, Kingin wanted to kill Xiao Shi, and that made him furious. He wanted to kill him. "Chief, revered Sir Su Ning is here." Zhu Tianhua raised his voice outside the courtyard. "Please enter, revered sir," Chu Li said, and retracted his killing intent. Su Ning stepped into the Tianshu courtyard and bowed with pressed palms. "Chief Chu." Chu Li smiled and extended his hand, gesturing for Su Ning to sit down and talk. "Xiao Shi, enter the house." Su Ning bowed with pressed palms. When did Chief return? Although the two of them were enemies, they were not enemies. Chu Li and the Titanium Temple had a deep relationship, so the two of them were close. Chu Li said, I just returned today. Revered sir, have you heard of the mind illumination scripture? Mind illumination scripture? Su Ning was stunned and muttered, Is it the mind illumination scripture from the Holy Church of Light? Chu Li nodded. Su Ning said, I know a little about it. The full name of the mind illumination scripture is Da Guang Wen Xian Zeng Ming Tong scripture. It is said that this scripture was passed down from the outland, and when cultivated to the highest level, one can obtain the infinite wisdom of the outland. It's similar to the Eye of Insight? Chu Li asked. Su Ning pondered for a while. If you can cultivate it to perfection, you'll be better than the Eye of Insight. Is there a way to restrain it? Chu Li asked. Su Ning said, Mahavairocana's immobility scripture. Chu Li sighed helplessly and nodded. Thank you, revered sir. The mind illumination scripture is useless against you, Chief Chu. Su Ning said. He knew that Chu Li had a strange power that could isolate divine powers. The mind illumination scripture was also a divine power, so it could not invade Chu Li's body. That's what I'm worried about. Chu Li sighed. Su Ning bowed with pressed palms, and without saying anything else, he stood up and left. He returned to the courtyard in the Li dynasty's Ben State City and sat beside the stone table. In his mind, there was a bright mirror behind the giant Buddha's head. The Buddha was sitting cross-legged on a lotus seat, his hands forming a mudra, and he was chanting the Mahavairocana's immobility scripture. The golden lotus floated and constantly merged with the Buddha's body. He had vaguely found a trick to fuse the two together. This was not what he wanted, and it was only a preliminary fusion. His idea was to merge the Buddha into the round mirror, but it needed to be done slowly and could not be done in one go. Miss Rulin suddenly fluttered in with a young man in her hand. He was about the same age as Chu Li, but their appearances were worlds apart. Even though he was unconscious, he could not hide his heroic spirit. Miss Rulin quickly brought him back to life and left the courtyard. The young man slowly walked out of the house and sat down in front of Chu Li. I'm Bai Qian. May I know your name, brother? Chu Li fist saluted. Zhao De. Bai Qian smiled. Zhao De. Your name is really old-fashioned. Chapter 773. P.S. Update complete. Bai Qian chuckled and nodded proudly. I live in Ben State City. Is Ben State City considered a big city? Chu Li asked. Of course. Bai Qian replied proudly. The 48 cities of the Li dynasty are famous, and Ben State City is one of them. No wonder. Chu Li exclaimed. It's a shame I don't have the chance to go out and experience it. Miss Rulin won't let me. Hee hee. That's because she's afraid you'll get lost. Bai Qian teased. Chu Li pretended to be serious and thought about it. No wonder. Bai Qian found it more and more interesting. He did not expect this guy to be such a fool that he could not tell good from bad. All right, Brother Bai, are you going to join the Holy Church of Light too? Chu Li asked. Bai Qian nodded proudly. Of course. Chu Li smiled and said, Then we can also travel together. Bai Qian patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Chu Li nodded. Ben State City is so big, it must be fun, right? There are so many fun places. Bai Qian chuckled. Especially the ladies from Freedom Pavilion. They're really, he said with a strange smile on his face, yearning in his heart. Chu Li grinned and chuckled as well. Bai Qian was even more satisfied when he saw him like this. Let's go. I'll bring you out to experience it. Bai Qian patted his shoulder. Chu Li shook his head. Miss Rulin won't let me out. Miss Rulin is afraid that you'll get lost. I'm here, it's okay. Bai Qian patted his shoulder and smiled. I'll go out for a walk and come back before the sky turns dark. Miss Rulin won't care. Chu Li, however, saw through his thoughts and sighed to himself. Bai Qian looked forthright, but his heart was evil. He planned to set a trap for him to fight with someone and be crippled. Bai Qian looked at him with a smile, certain that he would agree. A country bumpkin from small place, and so young would not be able to resist the temptation of prosperity, especially a money-squandering establishment like Freedom Pavilion. Once he stepped in, he would not be able to extricate himself. It would be a piece of cake to cripple him. Anyone who joined the Holy Church of Light as an Outer Mountain disciple would be his opponent. If he wanted to become an inner mountain disciple, he could only climb up by stepping on others. Crippling this fellow in advance would save him trouble in the future. Although they looked foolish, their aptitude was definitely not bad. He had to be even more vigilant. These fools were simple-minded and practiced martial arts without any regard for their lives. Perhaps they would surpass him and use him as a stepping stone. Chuli shook his head and said seriously, "I'll listen to Miss Rulin." Why would a man listen to a woman? Bai Qian didn't think much of it and looked at him with contempt. "You're not a man at all. I'll listen to Miss Rulin." Chuli shook his head. "Sigh, you're really stupid." Bai Qian sighed. In a few days, when the scripture of great light is passed down to us, we can only cultivate our martial arts in earnest. We can't come out and play anymore. If we want to play, we should do it now. Chuli shook his head. "I'll listen to Miss Rulin." "All right, you stay here by yourself. I'm going out to play," Bai Qian said. As he spoke, he walked out. Through Chu Li's omniscient mirror, Bai Qian left the residence unimpeded and walked east along the bluestone path. Soon, he reached the main street and entered a colorful building. This was the Freedom Pavilion he had mentioned. Miss Rulin was sitting in the small courtyard next door, sipping her tea. She had heard everything that was happening in this courtyard, and a cold smile appeared on her charming face. The sun was setting, and the courtyard was enveloped in a rosy glow. Chuli sat by the stone table in the courtyard and looked at the colorful sky. Now that he had started to integrate the omniscient mirror and Mahavairocana's immobility scripture, he put aside for now and thought about how to hide the omniscient mirror so that he could get past the saint. The Mahavairocana's immobility scripture could restrain the nerves of light, but could not deceive them. If the saint could not see through him, she would not be happy and would only be afraid. Then, she would chase him away or even kill him. After much thought, he decided that he had to start with the life and death scripture. The life and death scripture was so mysterious that he had only learned the tip of the iceberg. As his boundary deepened, the endless mysteries gradually revealed themselves, and his understanding of the life and death scripture deepened. Now, he could turn his body into a state of nirvanic death, as if he was dead. Only a trace of his spirit remained outside his body to sense the world. With a single thought, he could walk out of the state of nirvanic death and come back to life. If the body could go into nirvanic death, what about his spirit? If he could make his inner energy leave his body and use the void and the earth as his dantian, could he make his spirit leave his body as well? He visualized the life and death tree in his mind again. While he was visualizing, the life and death tree suddenly trembled, and he had an inexplicable flash of inspiration. A shiny round mirror suddenly hung on one of the treetops of the life and death tree. It was clear and bright and could be seen clearly. It was the manifestation of the omniscient mirror. The life and death tree suddenly trembled and slowly disappeared from his mind. That shiny round mirror disappeared along with it. Chuli opened his eyes and sensed his surroundings. His five senses became much duller and weaker, as if they were covered by a layer of membrane. There was also a layer of estrangement between him and the world. He had never felt this way since he cultivated the omniscient mirror. He knew that his omniscient mirror had been completely hidden, as if he had never cultivated it. He visualized the life and death tree in his mind again. The life and death tree appeared again with a round mirror hanging on one of the treetops. The round mirror left the treetops. His five senses immediately regained their sharpness and became one with the world once again. Everything within a radius of 6 miles appeared in front of him. He could see the depths of the ground, the sky, the tender grass that swayed gently in the wind, and the seeds that were deeply buried in the soil that revealed their tender sprouts. A cool breeze caressed his face and seeped into every pore of his body. Spiritual energy floated between heaven and earth. This wonderful feeling moved him and intoxicated him. The sound of footsteps interrupted his intoxication. Bai Qian strode in, reeking of alcohol and the fragrance of rouge. His senses were especially sharp now. Although he did not circulate the all-knowing scripture, his sense of smell was still far superior to that of ordinary people. He opened his eyes and found that the moon was already hanging in the sky, shining brightly. Bai Qian came to sit in front of him and chuckled. Zhao Day, it's a pity that you didn't go. Chu Li said, when we become disciples of the Holy Church of Light, what kind of woman can we not have? Bai Qian looked at him and shook his head. With his identity as a disciple of the Holy Church of Light, he could find any kind of beautiful woman. As for Zhao Day, he was so ugly. If he wanted to find a beautiful woman, he was afraid that none of them would be willing. It was really pitiful. Suddenly, two figures landed in the courtyard. Two masked men in black rushed toward Bai Qian. Bai Qian was shocked. He quickly pulled out the long sword at his waist and waved it. Who are you? Chu Li pulled out his sword and stood beside Bai Qian. He shouted, Assassins! He swung his sword at lightning speed and slashed at one of the masked men in black. It's none of your business. Get lost. The masked man in black glided backward and easily dodged the long sword. Chu Li scoffed. What are you trying to do? We want to kill that brat. If you stop us, we'll kill you too. I'm here. Don't even think about killing him. Chu Li waved his sword and shouted. He immediately saw through what was going on. He used the same trick again. How could anyone break into such a tightly guarded residence? Bang! The masked man in black punched. Chu Li was sent flying and crashed into the wall. He saw that Bai Qian was also sent flying and crashed into the wall. The two of them fell side by side at the foot of the wall. The two masked men in black approached them and looked down at them with cold eyes. One of the masked men picked up Bai Qian's long sword and suddenly swung it. Swish! Bai Qian's head was separated from his body. Chapter 774. Chu Li activated the omniscient mirror to see the identities of the two men in black. They seemed to be mocking him and did not intend to kill him. In the courtyard next to him, Miss Rulin was quietly sipping tea and listening. However, he did not see the saint. The omniscient mirror would not be able to see the saint as long as she was outside his field of vision. The divine light body that she cultivated was mysterious and unpredictable. It merged with everything in the world and with light. As long as there was light, she could not be seen. He felt that the saint was probably observing them in the dark. How dare you? Chu Li gritted his teeth and glared at the two men. This is the Holy Church of Light. The man in black who was waving his sword chuckled. You're not disciples of the Holy Church of Light yet, are you? We're about to be. Chu Li scoffed. Brother Bai is about to become a disciple of the Holy Church of Light. You'll be hunted down by the Holy Church of Light for killing him. If I were you, I'd run away. There's no rush. The man in black waved his sword and shook his head. It's not too late to run away after killing you. You don't have to kill me, Chu Li said. I didn't see your faces. If you want to kill Brother Bai, he's already dead. What's the point of killing me? Oh, little fella, are you afraid? Yes, I'm afraid of death. Chu Li nodded. How about this? The other man in black said, as long as you kowtow 3 times and call us grandfather twice, we'll spare your life. Really? Chu Li pretended to be surprised. The other man in black said, there's no difference whether we kill you or not. 3 kowtows isn't too much, right? The man in black waved his sword. Hurry up, or we'll kill you. Chu Li tried his best to kneel. He landed on his knees and coughed violently. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. All right, I'll kowtow 3 times. As he spoke, he bent his back and went down. TSS. A flash of light flashed. He swung his long sword and used the river-raising form. Ding! The long saber was touched by the tip of the sword, and he almost lost his grip. A surge of inner force rushed into his body. Chu Li spat out a mouthful of blood. He continued to swing his blade and yelled, I'm going to knock you to death. His ugly face was hideous and terrifying, and the blood vessels on his neck bulged like wriggling earthworms. Ding! The long saber was struck by the sword tip again. As the inner energy rushed into his body, Chu Li spat out another mouthful of blood. He stomped his feet and exerted force through his knees. He rushed towards the man in black who was waving his sword. He ignored the sword that was coming at him and wanted to perish together with him. Bang! Just as his long saber was about to cut the man in black, a huge force hit his chest. It was another man in black who had punched him and sent him flying. He crashed straight into the wall, like a painting hanging on the wall, unable to come down. His body sank slightly into the wall, and there was a force that kept squeezing him. Chu struggled with all his might. Blood was gushing out of the corner of his mouth, but he did not care. He seemed to have gone mad. Bang! Another punch came. He tilted his head to avoid it and roared, "I will definitely kill you all." Ha! The two men burst into laughter and threw two more punches. Chu Li's vision darkened, and he slowly passed out. He visualized the tree of life and death in his mind. The omniscient mirror turned into a round mirror and hung on a branch of the tree of life and death. Then, the tree of life and death disappeared, and so did the omniscient mirror. This young fella is so stubborn. The two men in black shook their heads and tossed the long swords away. Miss Rulin glided over. Junior Sister Rulin. The two men gave a fist salute and removed their masks. They were the two men who had been guarding the entrance. Miss Rulin nodded. "You're too fast. It can't be helped. This young fella is too crazy. If he continues to cause trouble, he'll become a mortal enemy," one of the young men said with a smile. "Judging by his actions, he might even be able to enter the mountain." Miss Rulin's bright eyes swept across the two men before she turned to look at Chu Li. "Take the corpse away." "All right," the two men agreed. The two men quickly left. Miss Rulin patted Chu Li's body twice and fed him some pills to help him recover. Then, she lifted him up and glided to the backyard. In the depths of the backyard, the saint was dressed in white and did not move at all. "Saint." Miss Rulin put Chu Li down and said in a low voice, "That Bai Qian is a good seedling. It's such a pity. If he harbors ill intentions, he'll only become a scourge." The saint's cold and moving voice rang out. Miss Rulin was stunned. Harbors ill intentions? She felt that Bai Qian was bold and did not follow the rules. This could be a bad thing or a good thing. It all depended on how he was used. The saint said, "He tried to harm Zhao Dai as soon as he met him. He's fearful and disrespectful of the Holy Church. Such a person cannot be a disciple of the Church." "Yes." Miss Rulin nodded. She knew that the saint could see through people's hearts. "Is Zhao Dai all right?" Miss Rulin asked. "I can see that he has a pure mind, although he's a little ugly. He's a good material. He'll need to be polished properly. He'll be more troublesome than the other disciples." The saint nodded. "See if there's anything on him." Miss Rulin lowered her head and searched his chest pocket. However, she did not find anything else, so she continued her search. Since the saint said that there was something on him, there must be something. Soon, she found a small pouch hanging from Chu Li's neck. There was a saraira in the pouch. It was the saraira that Kong Fa had given her. "Saint, is this it?" Miss Rulin handed it over. The saint reached out her fair hand and picked up the saraira with her slender index finger. She stared at it thoughtfully. After a while, she scoffed and said, "Mahavairocana's immobility scripture." The person he met was indeed a high monk from the Titanium Temple. The monks from the Titanium Temple still came to the Li dynasty? Miss Rulin frowned. Aren't they too savage? They're detached from the mortal world. Not only the Li dynasty, but even the Fu dynasty, Zheng dynasty, and Xiu dynasty are nothing to them, the saint said with a scoff. The Mahavairocana's immobility scripture happened to be the nemesis of the mind illumination scripture. It was no wonder that when she peeped into Zhao Dai's mind, there was a strange force stopping her. As expected, it was a saraira. Moreover, it was the saraira of an eminent monk who cultivated the Mahavairocana's immobility scripture. She had also considered the possibility that Zhao Dai possessed some kind of mystical skill and had ulterior motives. Later on, when she recalled his fortuitous encounter, she vaguely guessed that he might have obtained a saraira. An eminent monk would definitely leave behind a saraira after his rainbow transformation. "I'll hold on to this relic for now," the saintess said calmly. "I'll return it to him later." Understood. Although Miss Rulin was puzzled, she did not ask any further questions. "Wake him up," the saintess said. Miss Rulin took a deep breath and gently struck Chu Li's chest with her palm. Puff! Chu Li spat out a mouthful of blood. With a wave of Miss Rulin's sleeve, the blood arrow was rolled up and spun in the air. Then it turned into a drop of blood and fell into the soil, hiding in the depths of the flowering shrubs. Chu Li slowly woke up. When he saw Miss Rulin, he smiled bitterly and asked, "Another test?" "It's not a test." Miss Rulin shook her head. Chu Li hurriedly asked, "Is Brother Bai really dead?" "He's dead," Miss Rulin replied. Chu Li said indignantly, "Brother Bai was quite a good person. Did someone really manage to break into this place?" "He was up to no good and deserved to die," Miss Rulin said calmly. "Zhao Day, where are you from?" "I'm from Peacetown." Chu Li blinked his triangular eyes. "Miss Rulin, don't you know? Young, clothes. The chair fits the tailor, the stick fits the foundation, then the ridge of a horse." Chapter 775. "This is the saint," Miss Rulin said. Chu Li widened his eyes and asked, "The saint? Is she really the saint?" "You don't believe me?" Miss Rulin asked. Chu Li quickly shook his head. "How can I see the saint? Am I dreaming?" "You're dreaming," Miss Rulin said. "Let me ask you, who's in your family?" Chu Li sat on the ground and answered absent-mindedly, occasionally glancing at the saint. He was a perfect example of a young and inexperienced boy. After all, it was due to the heavenly demonic power that he had completely merged with Zhao Day's personality. Only a trace of clarity reminded him of his original identity. After a while, Miss Rulin was still asking questions when the saint suddenly waved her hand. Miss Rulin stopped. The saint asked, "Zhao Day, why do you want to join the Holy Church of Light?" "To teach Feng Shi a lesson." Chu Li scoffed. "And Commander Zhou, he's so disloyal. Don't you want to have more money? More beautiful women?" The saint asked. Chu Li scratched his head and chuckled. "Of course I wanna, but I don't think that way. I'm all alone anyway, so it doesn't matter how much money I have." "What about women?" the saint asked. Chu Li replied, "I want to find a fairy-like beauty, but they don't like me. I don't look good, so I'll definitely be reincarnated into a good family in my next life. I'm handsome, but I don't have much hope in this life." Miss Rulin said, "As long as you're capable, why would you worry about not having beautiful women like you? Will a beautiful woman like Miss Rulin like me?" Chu Li stared at her. Miss Rulin glared at him angrily. "You're dreaming." Chu Li sighed. "See, that's what I said. Look at my face. As long as you're capable and become a priest, Rulin might not dislike you," the saint said. "Priest?" Chu Li widened his eyes. "As long as I become a priest, Miss Rulin will like me?" "Yes." The saint nodded. Miss Rulin looked at the saint helplessly. The saint knew how to tease people. How could a simple-minded fellow like him become a law emperor? What Dharmaraja needed was exceptional martial arts and top-notch comprehension. This simple-minded Zhao Day had good aptitude, but he only had an advantage in the early stages. Once he reached a higher level of martial arts, comprehension was even more important. It was possible for someone like Zhao Day to become an Intermountain disciple, but it was almost impossible for him to become a guardian king. Chu Li's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Miss Rulin with determination. Judging by his expression, anyone could tell that he had fallen in love with Miss Rulin at first sight and was determined to win her heart. Miss Rulin glanced at the saint in exasperation. She could see a hint of a smile in the saint's clear eyes. The saint was indeed very satisfied with Zhao Day. Zhao Day had a pure will and did not have too many selfish thoughts. Setting a goal for him would greatly stimulate his potential, allowing him to rapidly improve his martial arts and grow at the fastest speed. She decided to let Rulin be in charge of teaching Zhao Day in the future. She wanted to see how far he could grow. "You can go back now," the saintess said. "All right." Chu Li stood up and suddenly stopped. "Saint, I have a favor to ask of you." Under Miss Rulin's angry glare, the saintess said, "Speak." "I'd like to move to another courtyard. I don't want to stay here anymore," Chu Li said hurriedly. "I'll always think of Brother Bai. He died so tragically." Then move to another courtyard," the saintess said. "Thank you, saintess." Chu Li gave a fist salute. He felt that the saintess's beautiful eyes were exceptionally beautiful. Her eyes alone could capture one's soul. She was the most beautiful woman in the Li dynasty. Her beautiful eyes were comparable to Xiao Shi's. Xiao Shi was superior in terms of depth, while the saintess was superior in terms of spirit. Miss Rulin walked in front, while Chu Li followed closely behind her. They arrived at another courtyard. "You'll stay here for now." Miss Rulin pointed at the courtyard. "Don't run around." "All right, I won't run around." Chu Li nodded. Although Miss Rulin thought that he was ugly, he was quite obedient and did not dislike him. She reminded him, "The saintess will teach you the great light scripture tonight." "Tonight?" Chu Li asked. Miss Rulin nodded. "Someone will bring you some water later. Take a good bath and change into a new set of clothes. From now on, you'll be a disciple of the Holy Church of Light." Chu Li immediately looked excited. Miss Rulin walked away gracefully. Soon, 3 maids came with hot water. Each of them carried 2 big round wooden buckets that reached their waists and seemed to be able to overwhelm them. They carried the buckets as if they were weightless. They poured the buckets into one of the buckets so that Chu Li could take a good bath. When he came out, he changed into a white robe. The material of the white robe was soft and sturdy to the touch. It fluttered gently with the slightest breeze. Although it was not as good as the white robe given to him by Shao Qi, it was still not an ordinary material. This showed the Holy Church of Light's heritage. Chu Li sat in the courtyard and stared at the bright moon in the sky motionlessly. He was not used to not having the omniscient mirror. It was as if he had been isolated from the world and had become deaf and blind. He had completely lost the feeling that everything was under his control. The sound of footsteps could be heard as Miss Rulin walked over gracefully. She did not say a word and merely waved at him. Chu Li followed her out of the courtyard and into the backyard. Then, they arrived at a waterside pavilion on the lake. The walkway leading to the waterside pavilion was paved with white jade stones that emitted a warm luster. The waterside pavilion was brightly lit as if it was daytime. "My saint, Zhao Day has arrived," Miss Rulin reported respectfully. Chu Li studied the waterside pavilion under the illumination of the lights. Every part of the pavilion was built with unique craftsmanship and was worthy of admiration. "Come in." The saint's alluring voice was heard. Miss Rulin pushed the door open and Chu Li followed her in. The white carpet and moon-white furniture were so spotless that one could not bear to step in. The saint was sitting cross-legged on a low couch as she watched them quietly. Her face was covered with a white veil, but her almond-shaped eyes were sparkling as if she could see through Chu Li's heart. She had a dignified temperament like Guanyin. Chu Li did not allow himself to think about anything else. He only stirred up his curiosity and wanted to see her face under the white veil. The saint stretched out her hand. Miss Rulin pushed Chu Li stand in front of the saint. Chu Li hurriedly went to stand in front of the saint. He was only one step away from her, but he could already smell the cold, delicate fragrance coming from her body. He had concealed the omniscient mirror, but not the all-knowing scripture. His superhuman sense of smell was still there. His face instantly turned red and his heart raced, which was exactly what Zhao Day would do. The saint calmly said, "Don't let your imagination run wild. Focus." "Yes," Chu Li quickly replied. The saint stretched out her right index finger. Her index finger looked as if it was carved from suet white jade. It emitted a gentle luster and gently touched his forehead. Boom! Chu Li's mind was shaken. The Mahavairocana's immobility scripture was activated and a gigantic Buddha appeared in the void of his mind. He sat on a lotus pedestal and formed a seal with his hands while chanting the Mahavairocana's immobility scripture. Golden lotuses floated in the air. Chapter 776. Bang! The saint's jade-like index finger bounced back. Her almond-shaped eyes flickered as she slowly retracted her right palm. Miss Rulin found this strange. Enlightenment was not something that could be completed in a short amount of time. It would take at least a quarter of an hour. If he let go after just a touch, it meant that he did not impart his energy. The saint stared at him and scoffed. That old monk! Miss Rulin quickly asked, "What happened?" The saint looked up at her and scoffed. I was used by this old monk. Miss Rulin was confused. The saintess said, this old monk's sarira contains the inheritance of Mahavairocana's immobility scripture, which Zhao De obtained unintentionally. My act of bestowment just so happened to activate the inheritance, and now I'm helping him. Miss Rulin asked, can Zhao De cultivate the great light scripture after learning Mahavairocana's immobility scripture? Yes. The saint nodded slowly. Mahavairocana's immobility scripture is a secret technique of the Titanium Temple. Outsiders can't get it. This guy's really lucky to be able to obtain this inheritance and cultivate the great light scripture with half the effort. Miss Rulin frowned. The Titanium Temple cultivates divine powers, and the divine light body suppresses divine powers. The divine light body can suppress divine powers, but not the Titanium Temple because of this Mahavairocana's immobility scripture. The saint scoffed. If the two can be combined, his achievements will be higher. He's really lucky. He's a lucky man. Miss Rulin smiled. The saint said, it's a blessing, but it depends on his ability. At the same time, it's fast to cultivate, but it also depends on whether he can cultivate it. She was thoughtful and hesitant. If Zhao Zhanghe cultivated Mahavairocana's immobility scripture, he would be able to restrain her mind illumination. She would not be able to read his mind, which made her feel uneasy. However, cultivating Mahavairocana's immobility scripture and the great light scripture at the same time would allow him to grow rapidly. The Holy Church of Light would have another top-notch master. If it were someone else, she would rather give up on this master than take the risk. However, Zhao De was different. He was stubborn and would not change his mind once he had made up his mind. His loyalty was not easily shaken. Moreover, Rulin was still around. Should she take the risk or not? She finally took a deep breath and smiled faintly. Her whole body suddenly emitted light, as if a sun had fallen into the waterside pavilion, suppressing all the surrounding light. Miss Rulin hurriedly closed her eyes, but she could still feel the light penetrating her eyelids and shining into her pupils. Everything in front of her was bright. Miss Rulin knew that the saint was activating the divine light body. The saint extended her right hand again. Her index finger seemed to have turned into a transparent crystal as it gently touched Chu Li's forehead. Chu Li's mind went blank. A huge Buddha suddenly descended and stood behind the original Buddha. The two huge Buddhas stood back to back, unable to see each other. This huge Buddha's body shone brightly, and his hands formed seals as he chanted the Mahavairocana's Light Sutra. The sutra transformed into white lotus flowers that emitted white light and slowly landed on the Buddha's body. At first, Chu Li was standing in front of the saint with his hands hanging by his sides. Now, however, he was forming a mudra with both of his hands. His face was solemn and compassionate, as if he had transformed into a Buddha statue. Huff! The saintess retracted her index finger and let out a long sigh. The white veil on her face flickered, and the brilliance on her body gradually retracted into her body. The waterside pavilion regained its gentle glow. Miss Rulin opened her eyes. Saint, is it done? Yes, he's now the master of 2 schools, the saintess said slowly. If he can cultivate at the same time, his cultivation speed will be extremely fast. This required the ability to multitask, which not everyone possessed. Another genius? Miss Rulin asked with a smile. The saintess said, he might really become a priest. What will you do when that happens? Miss Rulin pursed her lips and smiled. We'll see when he becomes a priest. I might not even be around by then. The saintess shook her head and chuckled. Send him to the outer peak of the Great Light Peak to cultivate in isolation. You don't have to teach him any other martial arts. Let him cultivate the divine light body first, so that he can enter the Grandmaster's boundary. Yes. Miss Rulin nodded. When Chu Li slowly regained consciousness, the 2 Buddhas slowly faded from his mind as well. He felt that his ability to multitask had finally come in handy. The 2 Buddhas were chanting their scriptures without disturbing each other. This was not an easy task, but he managed to do it easily. He was also surprised to find that if two types of lotuses fell on the same Buddha at the same time, the effect would increase exponentially. 2 lotuses would be better than 4. This meant that his cultivation speed would be 4 times that of an ordinary person if he cultivated 2 scriptures at the same time. This made him overjoyed, but it was also an unintentional gain. He opened his eyes and saw that only Miss Rulin was in front of him. He turned his head and looked around. The saintess has left. I haven't thanked the saintess yet. You don't have to say it. As long as you cultivate diligently, it'll be enough for you to thank the saintess. Miss Rulin said, We'll leave for the outer peak of the Great Light Scripture tomorrow. You'll start cultivating in isolation and only come out after you become a Grandmaster's boundary. Chu Li's eyes widened. How long will that take? It depends on your ability, Miss Rulin said. It might take a year or 10 years. Chu Li said proudly, No problem. I'll definitely become a Grandmaster. And then take revenge, Miss Rulin said calmly. Chu Li scratched his head and laughed. Miss Rulin brought him back to the courtyard. The next morning, Miss Rulin came to greet him and returned the Saraira to him. The two of them rode on a horse each and headed north. Along the way, Miss Rulin barely spoke as she cultivated in silence. Out of boredom, Chu Li continued to cultivate the Great Light Scripture and Mahavairocana's Immobility Scripture. After traveling for 3 days, they finally arrived at a towering mountain whose peak could not be seen as it was shrouded by clouds. Chu Li could not help but exclaim in admiration. This peak had the grandeur of the 100,000 hills. Miss Rulin pointed at the peak and said, This is the outer peak of the Great Light Peak, the Small Light Peak. Then it's not far from the Great Light Peak, is it? It's very far. Miss Rulin shook her head and said, You'll find out in the future. For now, all you need to know is to cultivate hard here until you reach the Grandmaster's boundary. Where'll I stay then? Chu Li asked. The peak, Miss Rulin replied. She tied the reins to a tree next to them, and Chu Li did the same. Miss Rulin placed her small hand on Chu Li's waist and then leaped into the air. She stepped on the treetops and glided upward. Chu Li cried out in excitement as he was lifted up by her small hand. Miss Rulin rolled her eyes at him. As the two of them continued to ascend, the temperature gradually dropped and the wind grew fiercer. At first, it felt like a lover's caress, but later, it felt like an enemy's knife. When the wind landed on his face, he felt a sharp pain, as if he was being cut by a knife. Miss Rulin was dressed in a thin gown, and she fluttered in the wind like a fairy. Chu Li's white gown fluttered in the wind. His strong body only made him feel a little cold. However, the wind was too strong, and it did not feel good when it blew on his face. Chapter 777. The two of them finally arrived at the peak of the mountain. A small thatch cottage was built at the peak. Flowers and plants were planted around the cottage, and it was surrounded by railings. Farming tools such as hoes and plows were hung on the walls. It was an excellent place to live in seclusion. The two of them arrived in front of the cottage. This is where you'll be cultivating in isolation. Li Rulin let go of him and pointed at the cottage. I'll live by myself. Chu Li frowned. Do I have to cook by myself? 2 meals a day. Someone will send them over. Li Rulin replied. That's good. Chu Li sighed in relief. Li Rulin said, You don't know light body technique now, so don't even think about going down the mountain. I can't go down the mountain? If I can go down the mountain, it won't be considered as cultivating in isolation. Is there anyone else on the mountain? Nope. There's no one to talk to. Focus on cultivating. All right. Chu Li nodded helplessly. Li Rulin said, I'll come here once a month to check on your progress. Chu Li immediately smiled in surprise. Li Rulin's tense face relaxed when she saw him so happy. If you want to become an inner mountain disciple, you must reach the Grandmaster's boundary as soon as possible. If you want to become a priest, you must give your all and not slack off. Miss Rulin, don't worry. I'll work hard to cultivate. That's good. I'll be leaving. Li Rulin waved her hand and glided away like a white cloud. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the depths of the clouds. Chu Li turned to look at the small cottage. It was a very small cottage. Instead of the usual main hall, bedroom, and study, there was only one bedroom. The wind was like a knife cutting his face. However, the flowers and plants inside the railings bloomed in the wind, displaying their exuberant vitality. He felt a sense of familiarity and could not help but activate the life and death scripture. The spiritual energy around him was cold and pure. This was indeed a blessed place for cultivation. No wonder it was called Small Light Peak. It seemed like he was treated well. He walked along the gravel path to the cottage. When he opened the door, he was instantly greeted by a warm breath. He looked around in surprise. The layout of the room was extremely simple. There was a stone couch and a stone table with a few books on it. Apart from that, there was nothing else. It could be said to be simple and crude. Living here must be extremely boring. The warmth in the room came from the stone bed and the stone table. They constantly emitted heat, making the room as warm as spring. Chuli nodded in satisfaction. This room was indeed suitable for isolated cultivation. The house was small and simple, but the heart was peaceful and warm like spring. If one didn't want to leave the house, then one's heart would be at ease and would not disperse. He sat in the house, and everything within a radius of 6 miles was shrouded in light. He could see every place clearly, the flowers, the rocks, and even the insects under the rocks and the animals in the forest. He did not feel lonely at all. His current thoughts were completely focused on the Mahavairocana's immobility scripture and the Great Light scripture. After going through so much trouble, he finally learned the Great Light scripture. The Great Light scripture was indeed a miraculous scripture. If he could cultivate the divine light body, his speed would be faster and there would be many benefits. He had to cultivate it no matter what, so he did not want to waste any more time. His mind entered the void of his mind. 2 Buddhas, who were larger and taller than Small Light Peak, were sitting on lotus flowers. Their hands were forming a seal, and they were chanting Buddhist scriptures. The Buddhist scriptures turned into lotus flowers that fell on the bodies of the 2 Buddhas, making their bodies more solid. He completely forgot himself and did not know the passage of time. In the evening, the setting sun dyed Small Light Peak red. A gray-robed elder fluttered over with a purple wooden box in his hand. He looked like a leaf that had been blown to the peak by the wind and arrived outside the thatched cottage. He placed the purple wooden box outside the thatched cottage very softly, as if he was afraid of being heard by the people inside the cottage. Then, he turned around and fluttered away. The next morning, he returned with another purple wooden box and picked up the original wooden box. He was stunned when he picked it up. He had been delivering food to the Outer Mountain disciples for several years, so he was very sensitive to the weight of the box. He could tell how much the owner of the thatched cottage had eaten and how much he could eat by looking at the weight. He did not need to open the box himself, but this time he put down the box and opened it. There were 3 layers inside, 4 dishes, 1 hot pot, and 1 bowl of rice. It was obvious that the owner of the thatched cottage had not eaten. Was there no one? He moved closer to the window, and through the translucent glass, he saw a motionless young man in white sitting on the couch. He knew that the other party must have been so immersed in his cultivation that he did not realize that he was hungry. It was not surprising for these geniuses to have such a thing happen. He picked up the box and left quietly without disturbing the owner. When he returned in the evening, he realized that the food had not been touched. He frowned and quietly put on a new one before leaving quietly. By the evening of the 3rd day, the food was still untouched. He had not eaten or drunk anything for 3 days. He did not have the right to open the door and could not disturb the owner's cultivation. Otherwise, he would be severely punished. He did not dare to do anything even if he was worried. He could only put on a new box and take the untouched one away. On the evening of the 4th day, when the sun was about to set, Li Rulin, dressed in a fluttering white robe, personally came to the thatched cottage with the food box. She gently pushed the door open and found Chu Li sitting cross-legged on the stone couch with his hands in a mudra. His expression was kind and solemn. His originally ugly face was no longer as ugly as it used to be. His temperament was calm, as if nothing could shake him. She came closer to observe him and found that his body was slightly cold. His heartbeat was slow, and there was a long interval between his breaths. It was 10 times slower than an ordinary person. Her charming eyes widened slightly as a look of surprise appeared on her face. Then, she felt a little envious and sighed to herself. Zhao De, on the other hand, had entered a deep state of meditation. This was a state that many people dreamed of, but it was usually impossible. She did not expect him to achieve it in one go. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a genius for achieving this state in his first cultivation, and that he could cultivate for 4 days at a time. The Great Light Scripture consumed a lot of energy. Now that she had reached a high level of attainment, she would be exhausted after 12 hours of cultivation and would not be able to continue. Her aptitude was excellent. She became a patrol at such a young age and was considered one of the best. Her future was limitless. Under normal circumstances, an Intermountain disciple would reach their limit after cultivating for 6 hours. They would not be able to concentrate and continue to visualize, so they could only recover through sleep. A deep state of meditation was an extreme state that could only be encountered by chance. Cultivating in this state for 2 hours was equivalent to 20 hours. Zhao De cultivated in a deep state of meditation for 3 days and 3 nights, which was equivalent to 4 months of cultivation for others. It was shocking. Moreover, he was cultivating 2 scriptures at the same time. His speed was at least twice that of others, which was equivalent to 8 months. If he were to do this 2 more times, it would be equivalent to a year of cultivation for others. Li Ruolin initially thought that he would need at least 5 years to reach the Grandmaster's boundary. Now, it seemed that if he continued to cultivate like this, he would be able to achieve it in less than a year. This would definitely be shocking. Thinking of this, she felt inexplicably excited. She stepped back gently, afraid that she would disturb Chu Li and wake him up. She quietly left the thatched cottage and stood in front of the path for the entire night. The next morning, when the gray-robed elder appeared again, Li Ruolin was already awake. She gestured with her lily-white hand to signal him to be gentle and not make any noise. Chapter 778. 4 days, 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, 8 days, 9 days, 10 days. Li Ruolin sat on a cattail hassock in front of the thatched cottage. She held a lunchbox and ate slowly without making a sound, as she was afraid of disturbing the people inside the cottage. As the days passed, she became more nervous and attentive. She dared not be careless, as she was afraid that someone would disturb her. She knew that the wind was howling and the surroundings were not quiet. However, she still subconsciously made no sound, as she was afraid that she would disturb Chu Li and disrupt his deep meditation state. She knew that the longer one cultivated the Great Light Scripture in one go, the more benefits one would reap. The difference between cultivating for 12 hours in one go and cultivating for 12 hours in 2 days was like heaven and earth. Chu Li cultivated for 10 days in one go. She wondered how far he had advanced. She estimated that it was equivalent to 2 years of hard work for others. What a terrifying cultivation efficiency this was. Even a talented saintess would not be able to achieve such a shocking result. She was slightly worried that Zhao De was the reincarnation of a high monk from the Titanium Temple. Otherwise, how could he have such a profound meditation technique and such a strong spiritual force to cultivate for such a long time? She immediately denied this thought. How could a wise saint not know about this? If he was the reincarnation of a high monk from the Titanium Temple, he would not be able to hide it from a saint. She could not imagine how strong Zhao De's spiritual force was to be able to cultivate for 10 days. Could it be that cultivating 2 people at the same time did not consume any spiritual force? Could it be that it could replenish one's spiritual force? A faint fragrance appeared in front of her nose. She quickly looked up and saw that the saint was already standing in front of her. She quickly gave a fist salute and pointed into the thatched cottage without saying a word. The saint wore a snow-white gown and a white veil that covered her face. Only her beautiful almond-shaped eyes could be seen as she calmly looked into the cottage. She waved her hand and disappeared from the spot, reappearing 100 meters away. Li Ruolin fluttered over to her. Saint, 10 days? Yes. He hasn't eaten or drunk anything. Yes. The saint pondered. Li Ruolin asked curiously, he won't be in danger, right? The saint gently shook her head. It's a rare opportunity. If he's not extraordinary, the monks from the Titanium Temple won't help him. Do you think they're really compassionate and charitable? That's true. Li Ruolin nodded. The monks of the Vajrat Temple were famous for their coldness. They were detached from the world and viewed all living beings as ants. This was because they were destined to become Buddhas. They were indifferent to the life and death of all living beings. As the saying went, everyone had their own fate. They would not forcefully change it, as they would be entangled by karma. Mortals were afraid of the consequences, but they were afraid of the causes. I just didn't expect him to be this powerful. 10 days. Li Ruolin sighed softly. She didn't even dare to think about it. Cultivating for 10 days in one go was unimaginably simple and unimaginable. She whispered, could it be the work of that relic? The saintess shook her head. The Saraira did not have such a magical effect. Otherwise, the monks of the Titanium Temple would not need to cultivate so hard. I'll go take a look. The saintess disappeared and reappeared in the thatched cottage. The door of the thatched cottage wasn't opened. She was also proficient in the art of walking through the void, which was similar to God's feet, yet worlds apart. She stood in front of Chu Li and was very close to him. A moment later, she reached out and gently took out the Saraira from the cloth bag. She realized that there was nothing unusual about the Saraira, so she simply held it in her hand. She noticed that his breathing was slow, his body temperature was lower than ordinary people, and his heartbeat was slow as well. It was as if he was in hibernation. She nodded slightly and disappeared in a flash, reappearing 100 meters away. Li Ruolin asked, is he all right? The saintess shook her head. He can still hold on for a while. She handed the Saraira to Li Ruolin. Return it to him when he wakes up. Li Ruolin nodded. She understood that the saintess wanted to test if it was the effect of the Saraira. Let me know when he wakes up, the saintess said. She then disappeared. Li Ruolin continued to sit on the cattail hassock in front of the thatched cottage and watched over Chu Li 11 days. 12 days. On the evening of the 12th day, the sun was setting. Li Ruolin took the lunchbox, and the gray-robed elder fluttered away. Just as she was about to open the lunchbox to eat, she suddenly heard a long exhalation, followed by footsteps. She immediately stood up and pushed the door open. Chu Li had just landed on the ground and was in high spirits as he stretched his body. When he saw Li Ruolin, he was pleasantly surprised. Miss Ruolin, it's been a month? Do you know how long you've been cultivating? 1 or 2 days? 12 days. Li Ruolin shook her head. Are you hungry? As she spoke, she turned around and brought the lunchbox in. She placed it on the table and opened it. There were 2 bowls of fragrant millet porridge and 3 dishes inside. Hurry up and eat some. Li Ruolin passed him a pair of chopsticks. Chu Li took the chopsticks and smiled. I'm not hungry. You can have some porridge if you're not, Li Ruolin said. You might not feel hungry now, but you'll be starving soon. All right then. Chu Li picked up a bowl of porridge and drank a few mouthfuls. Li Ruolin asked, why are you sure it's 12 days? I thought it was only 1 day, not 2. I didn't expect it to be 12 days, Chu Li said as he ate the porridge. This was indeed what he felt, and he was not lying. He did not expect cultivating 2 scriptures at the same time to be so mysterious. Don't you feel tired? Why would I feel tired? Don't you feel tired when cultivating? I don't know. Chu Li shook his head and continued to eat the porridge. I don't know anything. I've transformed into a Buddha and kept chanting. I feel very comfortable as if I've fallen asleep. Li Ruolin glared at him and did not ask any more questions to prevent herself from getting angry. It was obvious that Zhao Dai had entered a deep state of meditation. He could not explain anything and was completely relying on his feelings. After Chu Li finished his meal, Li Ruolin said, rest for the night. The saint will come over tomorrow. All right, Chu Li nodded. The next morning, Li Ruolin and the saint arrived at the thatched cottage. Li Ruolin was about to greet them when the saint suddenly waved her hand. Li Ruolin quickly shut her mouth and looked at her curiously. The saint frowned. He's meditating again. Li Ruolin was shocked. He just came out last night. It seems like meditating is not difficult for him. The saint said, he's blessed by nature and has a pure will. He's indeed a genius in cultivation. You keep watch. Yes, Li Ruolin said. I wonder if he'll cultivate for another 12 days. The saint smiled faintly and disappeared. When Chu Li came out of meditation, another 12 days had passed. When he opened his eyes, he noticed that the saint and Li Ruolin were outside. He let out a long sigh. Li Ruolin pushed the door open and looked at him in surprise. Chu Li smiled. How long has it been? 12 days. Li Ruolin replied. The saintess entered the room with a faint fragrance. She came up to him and held his wrist. A cool force entered his meridian, not letting go of even the slightest change. After a while, she let go and nodded. Saint, how's the progress? It's all right. The saint nodded. Continue to cultivate. Don't worry about anything. Cultivate in one go and see how far you can go. Saint, is there anything wrong with my body? Chu Li scratched his head. Why did I sit for 12 days? Continue to cultivate, the saint said. I think you'll reach innate mastery in a month. Chapter 779. P.S. Update complete. The Holy Maiden pondered for a moment. Based on your current progress, it should take about a year. Chu Li was disappointed. 1 year. Li Ruolin scoffed and said, You think 1 year is too long? How long do the others need? Chu Li asked. The saint glanced at Li Ruolin. Li Ruolin understood what the saint meant and could only scoff helplessly. Almost a year. Then I'm not worse than the others, Chu Li said happily. All right, I'll try my best to reach the Grandmaster's boundary in less than a year. The saintess said, cultivation has to go with the flow, especially when you're in seclusion. Otherwise, being impatient for results will only slow you down. Make sure of this. I'll cultivate diligently, Chu Li hurriedly said. That's good. The Holy Maiden gently nodded, and the smile on her face disappeared. Chu Li exclaimed, What kind of light body technique is this? If you're able to cultivate the divine light body, you'll be able to use this light body technique as well, Li Ruolin said. I won't be coming here anymore. You should focus on your cultivation. All right, don't worry. Chu Li smiled. You can look for me after a year. I'm prepared to train for a year in one go. Remember the saint's words, Li Ruolin said calmly and fluttered away. Imperial residence of Prince and of Ji Dynasty. The moon couldn't be seen in the sky. It was pitch black, so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. The imperial residence of King and had a few faint lights, but it was quiet. Almost everyone had fallen asleep. It was already midnight, and people were in deep sleep. 10 silhouettes fluttered into the imperial residence of King, and they were all dressed in black, with black masks covering their faces. They silently made their way to the Tianshu courtyard. Pung! With a muffled sound, a man in black suddenly fell to the ground, motionless. The other 9 people were startled. They quickly stopped and looked around cautiously. They were here to ambush others, but now they were being ambushed. They all felt that the other party was mocking them, so they didn't shout. Instead, they silently attacked and unknowingly killed one of them. Woo! A whistling sound came from the shadows, and a palm strike hit a black-clothed man. The man in black was on guard and hurriedly extended his palm to meet the attack. Woo! Another palm force surged out and hit the man in black almost at the same time. The black-clothed man had just resisted the first palm strike and was already exhausted. He could no longer resist the second palm strike. His body trembled and immediately fell to the ground. The 10 black-clothed men became 8. Who is it? They growled and stared at the shadow in front of them. Are they masters from Amethyst Mountain? Someone scoffed. There was no movement in the shadows. Someone threw a few hidden weapons into the shadows, but there was no response. They knew that the other party had left, but not only did they not heave a sigh of relief, they became even more tense. The Phantom Een technique of Amethyst Mountain was indeed troublesome and impossible to guard against. They continued forward, becoming more and more careful. They faintly felt that this prince's mansion was not as simple as they thought. The martial arts world of the Li dynasty was dismissive of the Ji dynasty, as they felt that the martial arts world of the Ji dynasty was weak. Apart from the four major sects, the other sects were not worth mentioning. The imperial residence was even more sloppy and ordinary. As soon as the Holy Church of Light issued a mission, the high officials immediately felt that a fat piece of meat had appeared, and they could not wait to snatch it. Everyone wanted to get their hands on this juicy piece of meat, but at the same time, they wanted to see the actual situation. What if this imperial residence of King was very powerful? After all, this was the great Ji dynasty, so no one knew much about it. However, after a while, they finally could not hold it in anymore. With a cautious mindset, 10 grandmasters moving together was definitely enough for an imperial residence. They did not expect to lose two as soon as they entered. Moreover, they were masters from Amethyst Mountain. They were still very wary of the four major sections. Why don't we retreat first? Someone suggested in a low voice. At this time, how can we retreat? It doesn't look good. There are masters from Amethyst Mountain. Since we're here, we can't leave with our tails between our legs. Let's kill them first. They quickly coordinated their advance and retreat. They used their light body technique and dashed towards Tianshu courtyard like a wisp of smoke. Who are you? Zhu Tianhua shouted. How can the imperial residence of King and allow you to act so presumptuously? Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Tianhua and the other three, along with Jiang Kuai and a few others, made a move and intercepted the 8 grandmasters. They were fighting outside of Tianshu courtyard. It was difficult to determine who was the winner and who was the loser, so they were all worried. The lights illuminated Tianshu courtyard as if it was daytime. Xiao Qi and Xiao Shi were both dressed in white. They quietly sat by the stone table in the courtyard like 2 white jade beauties. Second eldest sister, you go in, Xiao Qi said. Xiao Shi said, you can't handle them? No problem. I just wanted to watch the show. You don't mind the blood? What's wrong with that? Life and death are normal. Xiao Shi said, I've died so many times, there's nothing to be afraid of. Xiao Qi placed her long sword on the stone table and said, 10 grandmasters, the Holy Church of Light hates Chu Li to the core. Of course. Xiao Shi smiled and said, he killed more than 10 grandmasters from the Holy Church of Light. I heard that your regal sword scripture is very powerful. Today I'll open my eyes and see how powerful it is. One of the men in black displayed his secret skill. Suddenly, he was ferocious and forced Lu Xing to retreat. Then he stopped tangling with Lu Xing and rushed into Tianshu courtyard in front of Xiao Shi. He did not see Chu Li and was stunned. He frowned and looked at Xiao Shi. Xiao Qi's wrist moved slightly. Ding! A clear sound was heard. The long sword was unsheathed and returned to its scabbard almost at the same time. The man in black covered his throat and stared at Xiao Qi in disbelief. He slowly fell to the ground. There was no blood flowing from his throat. The wound seemed to be frozen. Let them in. Xiao Qi's voice was heard. Lu Xing's soul was scattered, and he was scared out of his wits. If that guy really rushed in and hurt Princess Xiao, he would not be able to redeem himself even if he died 100 times. He did not expect the cold and distant third lady to have such amazing swordsmanship. Xiang Feishué took a step back, and the opponent immediately rushed towards Tianshu courtyard. The other 6 grandmasters also rushed over. The 7 of them rushed towards Xiao Qi together. With the 7 of them attacking together, they did not believe that they could not hurt Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi took a step forward and stood in front of them. They did not need to use their fists or palms in the air. She was so close and within reach. Ding! A cold light shone. Ding! The cold light faded. The 7 of them retreated. 2 of them covered their throats and fell to the ground in disbelief. Xiao Qi glanced at the other 5 and said, you guys can leave. Who are you? A man in black asked in a deep voice. Protector of the imperial residence. Xiao Qi said, the imperial residence of King and is not a place you can barge into. Let's go." The other 5 turned around and left. They did not care about their dead companions. Chi took a step to the stone table and sat down gracefully. Sure clapped her hands and laughed. "Good swordsmanship indeed. You're almost as fast as Li." Chi frowned slightly. "I'm not as good as Li, just a little bit." Sure pinched her thumb and index finger together and gestured. "Just a little bit." Chi said, "He's already so powerful. He's always busy. If he's not killing someone, he's dealing with that person. His martial arts has always been improving." Sure said, "Every time he comes back, he'll cultivate martial arts for the whole night. It seems like he has no time to cultivate, but he's the most hard-working." Chi gently nodded and did not say much. Sure said, "How dare these people come to the imperial residence? What is the Holy Church of Light trying to do?" "They're trying to provoke a war between the two countries." Chi said, "They're preparing to invade the south." Sure slowly said, "Looks like their country's power is getting stronger. This war is not far away." Chapter 780. What do you mean by this year or next year? Chu Li's voice was suddenly heard. "Did you see the assassination just now?" Sure turned to ask him. Chu Li nodded. "The Holy Church of Light's high officials are all low-level high officials. They're courting death. Their martial arts aren't good enough. They're far worse than the high officials and even worse than the disciples of the Holy Church of Light. Did you see my swordsmanship?" Sure smiled. "I'm not worse than you, am I?" Chu Li looked at her helplessly. She was clearly trying to drive a wedge between them. Chi looked at Chu Li. "Looks like I'm still a little behind you." Chu Li smiled. "I've been killing people nonstop. My martial arts have improved, but my boundary is far from yours. Killing people isn't a good thing." Chi asked calmly, "You've become stronger now. Did you gain anything in the Li dynasty?" Chu Li smiled. "I've joined the Holy Church of Light and became an Outer Mountain disciple. I've been taught the Great Light Scripture and started cultivating in isolation." "You really got the Great Light Scripture?" Sure was shocked. Chu Li nodded slowly. "I was lucky." He felt that he was really lucky. There were so many coincidences as if it was made by God. If one of them had gone wrong, or if the fortuitous encounter that he made up was changed, he would not be where he was today. It could only be said that it was God's will and not his own wisdom. The Great Light Scripture. Chi sighed and shook her head. "Just cultivating this alone has endless benefits." Chu Li smiled and nodded. He now had a deep understanding. Before he could cultivate the martial arts in the Great Light Scripture, just by cultivating the fundamental heart technique, his body had already changed. He was much lighter and faster. His original speed was already amazing. After cultivating the Great Light Scripture for less than a month, his speed had reached an even more shocking level. He was no longer afraid of Feng Qingyang's body technique. Sure smiled. "Chu Li, I think you shouldn't think about being a spy. You should just join the Holy Church of Light. With your ability, it shouldn't be hard for you to climb to a high position, right? Then you can influence the Li dynasty through the Holy Church of Light. This is 10,000 times more important than what you did in the Secret Guardians Hall." Chi frowned. "I'm just afraid that the Secret Guardians Hall won't agree." "I'm afraid that the Secret Guardians Hall won't agree." Chi pondered and shook her head. "Once the Secret Guardians Hall divulges information about you, there will be endless trouble and all our efforts will be wasted." Chu Li said, "Currently, there are only 2 people who know my identity, the commander and the deputy commander." Chi asked, "Are they reliable?" Chu Li smiled. "They're grooming me as their successor." "Then you must be even more careful," Chi said. "They probably won't allow you to hide in the Holy Church of Light." Chu Li nodded and sighed. The power of the Holy Church of Light is beyond imagination. As he came into contact with them, he realized how powerful the Holy Church of Light was. The 4 great sects have deep foundations and thousands of years of operation. How can they not be powerful? Chi replied, They're unfathomable. Don't even think about destroying them. Even an enlightened master like the Emperor can't do it. Chu Li nodded. Footsteps could be heard from outside, and Zheng Li's voice could be heard. Head Chief, His Royal Highness has invited you. Chu Li said, What time is it already? Is the Royal Highness still awake? His Royal Highness has woken up and wants to see the head chief. Chu Li replied. He stood up and fist saluted the two ladies, then turned around and left Tianshu courtyard. Zheng Li fist saluted and extended his hand. Chu Li lifted his chin and gestured for him to lead the way. Zheng Li followed his instructions and walked in front. Chu Li asked nonchalantly, How's the recovery of your martial arts, Your Royal Highness? Zheng Li replied, Your Royal Highness martial arts is profound. I can't tell. It seems like you've recovered quite well, Chu Li said. Did you get the spirit pill again? Zheng Li remained silent. Chu Li scoffed. He had already seen through Zheng Li's thoughts. The last time, it was the primary heaven pill. This time, it was still the primary heaven pill. However, the last time, King An personally asked a disciple from Green Deer Cliff for it. This time, it was that disciple who sent someone to deliver it. Chu Li frowned. Could it be that Green Deer Cliff is also involved? The two arrived at King An's study. Zheng Li said, Your Royal Highness, the head chief, is here. Come in, King An said. Chu Li stepped into the main hall. The main hall was brightly lit. King An sat in the middle and looked at him coldly. Chu Li fist saluted. Your Royal Highness. On King An's left was an elder in purple. He was a high official from the imperial house. On his right was Su Ning. His yellow robe was very eye-catching under the light. His eyes were slightly closed as if he was chanting. I heard there are more assassins. Yes, there have been many martial arts masters in our public house recently. Which sect are they from? You don't know, Your Royal Highness? Chu Li smiled. They were recruited through the help of a friend. There are many from Snow Lunar Pavilion and Amethyst Mountain. Amethyst Mountain? King An asked. There are martial arts masters from Amethyst Mountain? Chu Li nodded. There are 4 martial arts masters from Amethyst Mountain. They paid a huge price, and they only helped for a year. What price? A large number of spirit blessing pills. Chu Li sighed. The eldest master of the public house was worried about the lady. He specially hired them. It could be said that he spent a lot of money. Now, the public house is very short on spirit blessing pills. Fortunately, the border is still stable. My martial arts was crippled twice. It was the disciples of Amethyst Mountain. King An said coldly. Looks like it was done by CEO Tai Ying. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Your Royal Highness is mistaken. Why would the eldest master do such a thing? The more stable the imperial house is, the safer the princess will be. Someone must be trying to sow discord in the dark. Sow discord. King An stared at him coldly. It was you, wasn't it? Chu Li made an even more surprised expression. I don't understand what your Royal Highness means. It was you who sent people to cripple my martial arts. King An said. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Your Royal Highness, why are you accusing me? You know it yourself. I know it too. King An said coldly. You're toying with me. You don't respect me at all. Chu Li smiled. Your Royal Highness has misunderstood me. Stop pretending. King An scoffed coldly. I know all about your sinister intentions. Chu Li sighed. Your Royal Highness, it seems like you're determined to pin it on me. No matter what I say, it's useless. Yes, it's useless no matter what you say. King An scoffed. Sweet talk. Men, take him down. Yes. The 2 elders in purple robes said and pounced on Chu Li. Chu Li frowned as he watched the 2 elders in purple robes approaching him. They were waving their fists at him. The fists were so strong that they seemed to be solid. The 2 elders had been charging their fists for a long time. It was like a hammer smashing towards him. Chu Li attacked with his left and right palms respectively. Bam! A muffled sound was heard. The 3 of them took a step back. King An frowned slightly. He knew that Chu Li's martial arts cultivation level was high. However, he thought that with 2 top-notch Imperial House high officials attacking him, even if they could not kill him, they could at least teach him a harsh lesson. He did not think that Chu Li's cultivation level was so high that he was on par with the 2 Imperial House high officials. Bam! Bam! The two Imperial House high officials did not believe him and attacked again. Chu Li attacked with both palms. The three of them took a step back again. Chu Li raised his voice. Your Royal Highness, I'll take my leave. I'll explain another day. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. Chapter 781. The two Imperial House high officials closed fists, saluted, and flew out of the house, chasing after Chu Li. Chu Li arrived at Tianshu Courtyard. The two elders in purple followed him into Tianshu Courtyard. When they saw Shao Qi and Shao Shi, they frowned and continued to chase after Chu Li. These two are assassins? Shao Shi scoffed. Chu Li replied, Imperial House high officials, sent by King and to kill me. How dare he? Xiao Shi scoffed coldly. Let's kill both of them first. The Imperial House high officials have a high status. We can't kill them. Chu Li shook his head. Shao Qi stood up and said, This is Tianshu Courtyard, the princess's inner courtyard. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for offending you. The two elders in purple heard Shao Shi's words and were furious. The high officials of the Imperial House had a high status. Even in the Imperial House, they were respected by everyone. It was rare for them to meet someone who disregarded their status like this, especially when it was a peerless beauty. Although they were old, their hearts were not old. They still wanted to be admired by the beauty, but in the end, they were ignored. This contrast made them angry, so they vented their anger on Chu Li, and their killing intent surged. King wanted to kill Chu Li. If they failed, they could teach him a lesson to vent their anger. Their thoughts had changed. They had to kill Chu Li. Chu Li said, Lady, let's see whose swordsmanship is better. What do you think? Shao Qi said calmly. Compete with them? Chu Li smiled. Let's see who gets rid of the opponent first. All right, Shao Qi said. Chu Li disappeared in a flash and reappeared with the modesty sword in his hand. Ding! Both of their swords were unsheathed at the same time. Shao Qi's sword was like a flash of lightning. Chu Li's sword was blurry and the sword light was obscure. Both of them unsheathed their swords at the same time. There was a special method to unsheath their swords, and the speed was faster. Ding! Both of their swords returned to their scabbards at the same time. The two elders in purple clutched their abdomens and stared at them in disbelief. Chu Li said, As Imperial House high officials, I can't kill you. I can only cripple you. How? How dare you? The elder in front of Chu Li gritted his teeth and stared at him. Aren't you afraid that the Emperor, His Majesty, will not make a move for the sake of two Imperial consecrators? Chu Li said calmly. Moreover, as a high official of the Imperial House, how can I have the face to stay in the Imperial House if my skills are inferior to others? You're really vicious. The purple-robed elder opposite him gnashed his teeth. Chu Li smiled. You wanted to kill me, but I only crippled you and spared your lives. How did I become vicious? Shao Qi said, Tianshu Courtyard isn't a place where you should be. Leave. She returned to sit beside Xiao Shi. Chu Li smiled. Do you want me to send you back? No need, the two of them said fiercely. They could not wait to tear Chu Li into pieces. Chu Li waved his hand. That's good. Your martial arts have only been crippled, but your bodies are still much stronger than the average person. I won't be seeing you out. The two purple-robed elders slowly walked out of the Tianshu Courtyard. Chu Li shook his head as he looked at them. What a pity. His cultivation level has gone down the drain. I'm afraid he won't be able to cultivate it back in this lifetime. If it was someone at King Yin's age, or even younger, his dantian and meridians were not completely destroyed, his martial arts could still be restored. The speed of cultivation would be faster than the first time. Xiao Shi said snappily. What's there to pity about? It's a pity that they didn't kill you. Shao Qi shook her head. Chu Li looked at Shao Qi. The regal sword scripture is indeed powerful. His cloud-slashing sword technique was also extremely fast. After merging it with the 7 forms of godly sword, its power was even more shocking. He painstakingly fused the two together, and only then could it be compared to the regal sword scripture. Shao Qi's cultivation of the regal sword scripture was not at its peak. She had always focused on understanding the state of mind. She pursued the boundary instead of actual martial arts. Once the regal sword scripture's power was unleashed, it would probably be better than him. Shao Qi said faintly, "I'm inferior to you." She could tell that Chu Li was giving it on purpose. The two purple-robed elders returned to King and study room. King saw that their spirits were dim and their bodies were dull. It was different from usual. He frowned. "Elder son, Elder Ming, are you injured?" The two of them sighed and looked at each other. One of the purple-robed elders sighed. "Your Royal Highness, we've let you down. We failed. It's true that Chu Li isn't easy to kill. It's fine if we failed. There's another woman in the Tianshu courtyard. Her swordsmanship is extremely high. She's on par with Chu Li." "On par with Chu Li?" King frowned. "There's such a master?" "It's Third Lady Xiao," Su Ning said calmly. "Each of them took one of us and crippled our martial arts." "What?" King's face darkened. The two purple-robed elders sighed and said slowly, "Your Royal Highness, we're already useless. We can no longer serve you. We have to bid farewell to the Emperor and return to our hometown." "How dare Chu Li?" King's handsome face was so gloomy that it could drip water. His aura was suppressed and surged crazily like a flood that was about to break through a dam. It was frightening. "Umaba." Su Ning pressed his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. He said gently, "Both of you don't have to rush back. Your Royal Highness, don't you still have 2 primary heaven pills?" King nodded slowly and glanced at him with dissatisfaction. Su Ning smiled and said, "Both of you can consume it now. Your martial arts will be restored tomorrow." "Thank you, Your Royal Highness." The 2 high officials were overjoyed. Their lips trembled as they bowed deeply. Of course, they had heard of the primary heaven pill and knew how magical it was. The joy of regaining it after losing it made them crazy and excited. When they walked out of the Tianshu courtyard, they fell into despair. They felt like they were better off dead than alive. They had lost everything. When they heard that their martial arts could be restored, it was like walking from hell to heaven. "Don't worry, Your Royal Highness. We'll definitely find a way to kill Chu Li." They closed fists, saluted, and said, "All right, thank you." King nodded slowly. He got up and went to the study room. He quickly took out 2 jade bottles and handed them to them. The 2 purple-robe high officials received it with trembling hands. They could not wait to put it into their mouths. They were afraid that King would change his mind. They could see King's reluctance. No matter who it was, they would not be willing to give such a peerless pill to others. After they consumed it, they quickly carried it and left. They wanted to go back and recover. King looked at Su Un with dissatisfaction. "Why did you give them the primary heaven pill?" Su Ning pressed his palms together. "Doesn't your Royal Highness still have 1 primary heaven pill left? What if I lose my martial arts again?" King scoffed. "If Chu Li doesn't die, he'll definitely cripple my martial arts again. If he cripples you again, why would your Royal Highness need to recover?" Su Ning said calmly. Moreover, once the 2 high officials returned to the palace and bid farewell to the Emperor, how would the Emperor view your Royal Highness? "You're right. I didn't think it through." King's expression softened. As the saying goes, greed blinds one's mind. He was limited by the primary heaven pill and was angered by Chu Li, so he did not think too much. If the Emperor knew that something had happened to the 2 high officials, he would appear to be incompetent. Su Ning said calmly, "This time, the head chief helped your Royal Highness. He made the 2 high officials completely submit to you and stop doing things half-heartedly." Do I still have to thank him? 2 primary heaven pills. King gritted his teeth. He wanted to tear Chu Li apart with his own hands. Su Ning said, "Your Royal Highness should cultivate calmly. With the 3rd lady of the Xiao residence here, it's better for your Royal Highness to give up. Cultivating diligently is the right path." He could see through King's thoughts. He knew that he wanted to kill Co. Sure. Chapter 782. Chu Li told Co Shi and Shao Qi that he would focus on cultivating for 2 months and might not return. Then, he returned to Small Light Peak. He sat in a thatched cottage on Small Light Peak. The wind howled outside, but the cottage was as warm as spring. Strangely, his heart calmed down, and he entered a meditative state again. This time, he planned to merge the omniscient mirror with the Great Light Scripture and Mahavairocana's immobility scripture. If he could merge the omniscient mirror, it would be more convenient, and the scripture's power would increase. The two giant Buddhas sat on the lotus seat with their backs facing each other. Then, a round mirror appeared behind the two Buddhas' heads, right in the middle. The round mirror was flawless and reflected everything clearly. He did not expect it to be this easy. A hint of joy surfaced in his heart. Boom! With a loud noise, a heavenly demon suddenly appeared in his mind. It was huge and towering, no different from the two Buddhas. The hands of the two Buddhas suddenly moved. Their original hand seals were undone and formed into the devil subduing Madra. The scripture that they chanted did not change, but the lotus flower that was formed from the scripture grew twice as big and shot towards the heavenly demon with great speed and urgency. The gigantic heavenly demon chanted the heavenly demon scripture, and lotus flowers that emitted dark golden light floated out like balls of flames. They collided with the white and golden lotuses, and even though it was 1 against 2, they were actually evenly matched. For a moment, none of the lotus flowers in his mind landed on them. They were constantly being consumed. He had a bad feeling. His mind had become their battlefield. The Great Light Scripture, Mahavairocana's immobility scripture, and the heavenly demon scripture were all powerful and powerful. As time passed, the lotus flowers transformed from the 3 scriptures grew bigger and faster. He could feel that his spirit was being consumed. The lotus flowers collided with each other, causing the void in his mind to shake slightly and become unstable. A trace of worry surfaced in his heart. This was where the origin of his spirit was. If it was damaged, he would not know how to repair it. If he was not careful, he might become an idiot. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell onto the stone couch. A moment later, Li Rulin appeared outside the thatched cottage like a gust of wind. She pushed the door open and saw Chu Li sitting cross-legged on the stone couch with his head lowered. He was motionless and had a weak aura. This weak aura was completely different from the deep and slow breathing after meditation. She hurriedly pressed on Chu Li's wrist with a solemn expression. She let go of Chu Li's wrist and took out a jade bottle from her inner pocket. She poured out a snow-white pill and put it into his mouth. Then, she laid him down and gently placed her palm on his chest. She pressed on his wrist and examined it closely. After more than 10 breaths, there was still no improvement. She glanced at Chu Li, then turned around and fluttered away. A moment later, the saintess' snow-white figure suddenly appeared in the thatched cottage. She pressed her jade-like hand on Chu Li's forehead and remained motionless. Li Rulin soon appeared again and whispered, "Is he suffering from qi deviation?" "Yes, it's very possible." The saintess nodded slightly. "How could this be?" Li Rulin frowned and said, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have made him so anxious. I should have taken a good rest." "What's the point of saying this now?" The saintess glanced at her and said calmly, "Don't worry, he won't die. He's a genius. I'm afraid that I'll destroy such a genius." Li Rulin said in a low voice, "Then my sin will be too great." The holy maiden said indifferently, "Shut up." Li Rulin swallowed her words. The saintess suddenly disappeared and reappeared a moment later with a small red sandalwood box that was the length of an index finger. She handed it to Li Rulin and said, "Let him eat this." Li Rulin curiously opened the small box and saw a beeswax pill wrapped in bright yellow silk. There was only one pill, and it was as round as a longan. She carefully pinched the wax seal and whispered, "What pill is this?" "Primary pill," the saintess said. "It's specially used to replenish one's spiritual energy." Li Rulin had never heard of this pill before. The saintess did not explain further. "I hope it works." Li Rulin could tell that this pill was extremely valuable. She carefully fed it to Chu Li and stared at him worriedly. The saintess stood at the side and looked at Chu Li thoughtfully with her bright eyes. 10 minutes later, Chu Li slowly opened his eyes. His eyelids were bloodshot and his eyes were dull, as if he was seriously ill and on the verge of death. "Zhao Dai, how are you?" Li Rulin asked anxiously. Chu Li let out a long sigh of relief as he finally woke up. He was lucky that he did not die. The void in his mind had exploded, and he was afraid that the life and death scripture would not work. He thought that he was dead for sure. The saintess asked, "What happened?" Chu Li smiled bitterly. "I don't know what happened, but a heavenly demon suddenly broke in. The truth was an illusion, and the illusion was the truth. He could not completely lie, nor could he completely tell the truth. Otherwise, he might not be able to deceive the saintess. He only mentioned the heavenly demon, but did not mention that he cultivated the heavenly demon scripture. The level of the heavenly demonic power was not shallow, and others would not be able to tell. He was very confident in the heavenly demonic power because it was comparable to the great light scripture. The heavenly demon invasion. The saintess sighed. "I didn't expect you to advance so quickly." Chu Li asked, "What's going on?" "There are deities and heavenly demons in the void. The heavenly demons view Buddhas as their natural enemy. Once they notice that someone has mastered the dharmic base, they will do everything possible to obstruct and destroy their boundary." The saintess shook her head gently. "I thought that you would only face this tribulation after a while. I didn't expect you to advance so quickly." Chu Li asked, "Is my cultivation fast?" "Yes, it's slightly faster than I expected," the saintess said. "At your current boundary, you'll need protection." Chu Li quickly asked, "Who will protect me? Miss Rulin?" "Rulin can do it." The saintess nodded. Li Rulin calmly replied, "Yes, I'll protect him." "You need to rest for a while," the saintess said. "Mental injuries are much more troublesome than physical injuries." "I can cultivate right away," Chu Li quickly said. "Don't force yourself," the saintess said. "You can look for me if you need anything." She disappeared from the thatched cottage in a flash. Chu Li asked, "Miss Rulin, how will you protect me?" "I'll stay by your side and cultivate together," Li Rulin said. "That's great," Chu Li said excitedly. He then scratched his head. "But I'm afraid that I won't be able to calm down if you're by my side." Little rumble, collapse of the quilt, collapse of the bones, tremble of the ants. Chu Li quickly nodded. Yes, I can't let my imagination run wild. I need to enter the Grand Master as soon as possible and become a priest." In the past, Li Rulin would have expressed her disdain and thought that he was boasting. However, she did not dare to say that now. Zhao Dai might really become a priest. Chu Li did not say anything else. He sat cross-legged and meditated again. When Li Rulin saw that he was so obsessed with cultivation, she was worried but also happy. Such a motivated man was worthy of praise. However, he had just suffered from internal demons and had yet to fully recover. If he wanted to cultivate again, it would be suicidal. Chapter 783. As soon as he entered the void of his mind, he saw a huge Buddha and a huge heavenly demon standing back to back, separated by a huge round mirror. The round mirror was as tall as them, bright and flawless, completely separating the Buddha and the heavenly demon. This huge Buddha had one body and two faces, which looked strange but harmonious. One face was benevolent while the other one was calm. Both of them were chanting the Great Light Scripture and Mahavairocana's Immobility Scripture. The scriptures turned into white and golden lotuses respectively, floating out of the Buddha's mouth and dancing in the air. They slowly landed on the Buddha's body, solidifying the Buddha's body. The heavenly demon kept chanting the heavenly demon scripture, and the scriptures turned into burning dark golden lotuses that continuously landed on the heavenly demon's body, solidifying the heavenly demon's body. The heavenly demon and the Buddha used the omniscient mirror as a boundary, and they did not invade each other. It was as if one side was day and the other side was night. He was overjoyed. This way, the advancement of his heavenly demonic power would also increase. He had already comprehended it. No wonder he felt that the next level of the heavenly demonic power was so far away and almost impossible to cultivate. It was because it had deviated from the foundation of cultivation. The foundation of the heavenly demonic power was still the heavenly demon scripture, and purely improving inner energy was not the right way. He entered a meditative state again, and the level of meditation was deeper. It was as if he had entered the quietest state between heaven and earth. One side was light, the other was motionless, and the other was darkness. His mind had become a world of its own. With a flash of inspiration, he began to visualize the concentration talisman in his mind, and runes appeared one by one in the void of his mind. In the beginning, every visualization ended in failure. As soon as the runes were condensed, they would disperse. He was calm and serene and did not rush. He visualized again and again, not caring about failure. He just quietly visualized again and again. After cultivating the 3 scriptures, he realized that he was becoming more intelligent, and his understanding of the world had deepened. Everything was clear to him if he thought about it for a while. It was as if the reason was right there, waiting for him to grasp it. He did not know how much time had passed. It felt like it was only a moment, but it also felt like an eternity. At a certain moment, the runes did not disperse like before. The runes solidified, and soon, a faint golden thread appeared in the void of his mind, as if it was born from the void. These golden threads fell on the heads of the 2 Buddhas and the heavenly demon. The speed of their chanting became faster, and the lotuses they formed became bigger and firmer. Time passed again. He didn't know how much time had passed. All of a sudden, his spirit was shaken. The Buddha's body suddenly froze, and a feeling of being connected to his flesh and blood arose spontaneously. It was as if he was the Buddha and the Buddha was him. There was no distinction between them. The Buddha in his mind had become a real body and was no longer a visualization object. He slowly opened his eyes and involuntarily opened his mouth, letting out a long howl. The whistling began to become low and gloomy, slowly spreading out like waves on the beach, slowly moving forward, its momentum unending. The howl slowly rose, becoming louder and louder, becoming resounding and bright. The white clouds in the sky seemed to be frozen, no longer drifting away. The clouds that shrouded the mountain peak seemed to be afraid of his howl, avoiding it one after another. Beside him, Li Ruolin widened her eyes in disbelief. The whistling continued, and the entire small light peak suddenly became lively. Birds and beasts were scared away, and the sound could be heard everywhere. Chuli shut his mouth, feeling inexplicably happy. His chest felt relaxed, and the world in front of him became different. It was as if the entire world had come alive. He quickly regained his senses. He was now Zhao De. "Miss Ruolin, how long has it been?" he asked with a smile. Li Ruolin was sitting next to him. The stone bed was only 2 meters long, and the 2 of them were very close to each other. A faint fragrance wafted into his nose from time to time. Li Ruolin's face was charming, delicate, and fair. "A month," Li Ruolin replied. Chuli raised his eyebrows. "That long? Congratulations." Li Ruolin sighed. "How do you feel?" "I feel like my body is light, as if I can be blown away by the wind." Chuli smiled. He got off the stone bed, jumped lightly, and suddenly flew up, hitting his head on the roof with a bang. He jumped lightly, and boundless energy surged from the soles of his feet, shooting uncontrollably toward the roof. Ouch! He fell to the ground while holding his head. Li Ruolin pursed her lips and smiled. "Congratulations, you've cultivated the divine light body and entered the Grandmaster's boundary." "I've reached the Grandmaster's boundary already." Chuli was surprised. Li Ruolin nodded lightly. She also felt that it was unbelievable, but the truth was right in front of her. He had not cultivated any advanced heart technique of inner energy, but his roar could be heard throughout Small Light Peak. This was enough to prove that he had entered the Grandmaster's boundary. "That's too easy." Chuli laughed. Li Ruolin scoffed. "Don't tell anyone else what you just said." "Did I cultivate very quickly?" Chuli asked proudly. He had once again transformed into Zhao De. completely hiding his original Chu Li personality. Very quickly, Li Rulin nodded. So don't talk nonsense, lest someone gets jealous and tries to hurt you. Trying to hurt me? Bring it on then. Let's see who's going to hurt who. Chu Li said disdainfully. Li Rulin said, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against an arrow in the dark. No matter how powerful you are, you're just one person. I'll have to report this to the saint. She fluttered away after she finished speaking. Chu Li watched her graceful figure disappear with satisfaction. He took a deep breath, and a powerful feeling filled every part of his body. It was similar to the feeling when he channeled the heavenly demonic power, but it was even better. Not only did he have boundless strength, but he was also as light as a feather. At the same time, his mind was clear, and his omniscient mirror was strengthened once again. He estimated that he could observe 10 miles in one go. He exited the small house and went to the garden outside. He stood there with his hands behind his back, his white robe fluttering in the wind. The strong wind brushed against his face, and it was as gentle as a lover's caress. He did not know if he had become slow or if the strong wind had really become so gentle. After a quarter of an hour, the saint appeared in front of Chu Li in a flash. Chu Li gave a fist salute. Saint. The saintess looked at him from head to toe, and her jade-like hand grabbed his wrist. Chu Li felt a cool yet scorching force enter his body. The force suddenly turned into a thin thread that turned into a net. It moved forward as if he was fishing in the sea and quickly covered his entire body. Chu Li was secretly amazed. This martial art was truly amazing. The saint let go of his hand and nodded. You've indeed reached the Grandmaster's boundary. Chu Li smiled. Next, you'll have to start cultivating your heart technique and martial arts. The saint looked at him. It depends on your comprehension. Chu Li patted his chest. Don't worry, saint. I'll definitely cultivate it well. Do you want to learn blade techniques or sword techniques? The saint asked. Chu Li replied, blade techniques. Blade techniques are satisfying. The saint shook her head. Blade techniques are satisfying, but they're not as powerful as sword techniques. Chu Li's eyes widened. Blade techniques are not as powerful as sword techniques? The saint said, now that you've cultivated the divine light body, your speed is faster than ordinary people. Sword techniques can reflect this speed, but blade techniques can't fully reflect it. What do you think, saint? Chu Li asked. Sword techniques, the saint said. Chu Li nodded. Then I'll listen to you. However, sword techniques require high comprehension and a long time to cultivate, the saint said. If you're cultivating sword techniques, you might need a year. Blade techniques might only need a month. Chu Li scratched his head and thought for a while. Sword techniques. Good. The saint nodded in approval. Chapter 784. Apart from swordsmanship, the most important thing is the heart technique, step technique, and light body technique, the saint said. You still have a lot to cultivate. When can I leave the mountain? Chu Li asked. The saint replied, you can leave the mountain once you've mastered these. Chu Li scratched his head. When can I master them? That depends on your comprehension. The saint said, you've cultivated Mahavairocana's immobility scripture, so you shouldn't be too stupid. The Great Light Scripture also has the effect of developing intelligence, so it should take about a year. A year? Chu Li nodded. The saint said, Rulin will teach you. Miss Rulin. Chu Li instantly beamed. The saint said, you should learn the heart technique first. Come in. Chu Li entered the house and sat on the bed. The saint stood in front of the bed and reached out her right index finger, gently touching his forehead. A figure suddenly leaped into the void of his mind. His body was glowing, but his face could not be seen clearly. Only his meridians could be seen. This figure floated in the air, a red line shuttling through his meridians like a nimble and swift fish swimming in the water. Chu Li could not help but stare at this red line. This red line was extremely complicated. The meridians it traveled through were like sheep intestines, and the route it traveled was circuitous. For one circulation, The length of the meridians it went through was almost 5 to 6 circulations of others. This heart technique could not be cultivated by ordinary people, and it could only be taught through this method. If it was verbally guided, it would take a long time to cultivate. After a while, the figure in his mind began to move, and the red line moved with his movements, taking one step after another. Chu Li quickly imprinted it in his mind. This was a step technique. After that, it was another sword technique. There were only 8 sword forms, but each sword form was extremely complicated. It took a long time to practice this sword technique. The biggest feature of this sword technique was its complexity. The heart technique was so complicated that it was almost the same as the heart technique he cultivated. The complicated sword forms and heart technique would make an ordinary person's scalp numb, and they would not dare to cultivate it. The last martial art was the Divine Light Fist. He had already practiced the Divine Fist of Great Light, which saved him a lot of trouble. Chu Li could not help but smile bitterly. These 4 sets of martial arts required one to be extremely intelligent. He really did not understand why the saint would teach him these. It did not match Zhao Dai's character. The saint withdrew her index finger and looked at him calmly. Zhao Dai, these 4 sets of martial arts are top-notch martial arts in the Great Light Scripture. They're difficult to cultivate, but it shouldn't be difficult for you. Chu Li nodded helplessly. Yes, the saint said, the sword technique is the Divine Light sword technique, and I'll only teach you 8 forms. Once you've mastered it, you can practice the rest. The footwork technique is the time steps, which can increase your speed to the maximum. The heart technique is the Divine Light technique, and the fist technique is the Divine Light Fist. Chu Li nodded. The saintess said, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Ruolin. If Ruolin doesn't understand, I will come over once a month. Yes, thank you, Saint. Chu Li gave a fist salute. The saintess waved her hand and disappeared. As soon as she disappeared, Li Ruolin fluttered over. In the following days, Chu Li focused on his cultivation at the peak of Small Light Peak. Although Li Ruolin was supposed to be by his side, she only appeared twice a day. She replaced the original gray-robed elder and delivered meals to him. Every time she delivered meals, she would exchange a few moves with Chu Li before eating and give him some pointers. After 15 minutes or so, she would leave with the lunchbox. She would always speak bluntly, as if she was afraid that Chu Li would get too close to her. Chu Li did not want to be involved in any relationship. His love for Li Ruolin at first sight was just an act, and he did not really care about it. Although Li Ruolin was charming, Li Ruolin did not like Zhao Dai at all. Li Ruolin did not like Zhao Dai at all. Even though Zhao Dai was an extraordinary genius who cultivated at an astonishing speed, she was not moved by him. She only treated him as an ordinary friend. She was even afraid that Zhao Dai would really like her, so she deliberately treated him coldly. Chu Li did not press on and treated her politely. A month seemed to pass by in the blink of an eye. When Chu Li saw the saint, he knew that a month had passed. During this month, he had been cultivating diligently without eating or sleeping, and his progress in the Divine Light technique was extremely fast. He used the life and death scripture to speed up his cultivation and was not afraid that the saint would notice. The speed at which he entered the Grandmaster's boundary showed that he was a genius, so it was not surprising that he cultivated the Divine Light technique quickly. Time steps was similar to the imminent skyline, so he cultivated it very quickly. He had also touched the threshold of the Divine Light sword. He had a deep understanding of sword and blade techniques, so his cultivation speed was very fast. Saint. He gave a fist salute and smiled. Saint's son Minghua frowned when she saw his pale face and dim eyes. Are you hurt? She glanced at Chu Li. Unfortunately, the mind illumination scripture was useless against him. He had the Mavarokuna's immobility scripture, so he could only rely on his eyesight and could not look into his heart. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Li Ruolin stood aside and said, You've been cultivating too hard and forgot to eat or sleep. That's why you're so tired. The path of cultivation is accumulated over time, not overnight. Sun Minghua shook her head. You should understand. Chu Li smiled. I want to leave the mountain earlier. Then let's see how you cultivate. Sun Mingwe nodded. Use your sword technique first. Don't hold back. Then I'll have to offend you. Chu Li unsheathed his sword. He held an ordinary emerald-tipped sword in his hand and got into a stance. He was curious about the level of Sun Mingwe's cultivation level, so it was a good time to test it out. Swoosh! The emerald-tipped sword turned into a flash of lightning and shot towards Sun Mingwe at an incredible speed. Ding! The emerald-tipped sword suddenly stopped and trembled, letting out a clear sound. Sun Mingwe gently flicked her index finger, but her fair and tender finger was as hard as steel. The long sword was deflected away and almost flew out of Chu Li's hand. The power from the sword was like the mountains and the seas, majestic and unstoppable. Again, Sun Mingwe said. Chu Li gritted his teeth and activated the divine light technique to its limit. The sword seemed to become brighter. Then it turned into a flash of light and instantly appeared in front of Sun Mingwe's throat. Ding! The emerald-tipped sword trembled and let out a clear sound. It broke free from Chu Li's right hand and flew out. Sun Mingwe's fair finger seemed to be waiting there. With a light flick, the long sword flew out and spun in the air. Sun Mingwe waved her hand, and the long sword flew into her hand like a swallow that had grown wings. Watch carefully, Sun Mingwe said. Chu Li was shrouded in the light of the sword, not giving him a chance to dodge. Chu Li had no choice but to use the divine light fist. Swoosh! The tip of the sword pierced through the divine light fist and arrived in front of Chu Li's throat. Chu Li took a diagonal step and instantly appeared 2 meters away, avoiding the sword. Not bad. Sun Mingwe kept her sword and nodded. She swung her hand, and the long sword flew toward Chu Li. It was so fast that Chu Li could not react. Ding! The long sword returned to the sheath at Chu Li's waist. Chapter 785. P.S. Update complete. Chu Li smiled. My saint, can I leave the mountain now? Yes, you can. Sun Mingwe nodded. Li Rulin was stunned and quickly said, He's only been cultivating for a month. Sun Mingwe said, He has the ability to protect himself and can leave the mountain. He still needs to train his martial arts. It's no longer suitable for him to cultivate alone on the mountain. Although he has mastered it, he's still lacking. After all, it's only been a month, Li Rulin said. Sun Mingwe said, It's good enough. You can't go to Luo State City after you leave the mountain. Huh? Chu Li was stunned. He originally planned to return to Three Wonders Clan to teach Feng, Shi, and Guisun a lesson. Sun Mingwe said, You're advancing too quickly. It's not good for others to know about it. It's better for you to go to a deserted place. Chu Li asked, Where? There's a Radiance clan in Gale City. You could be the clan leader there, Sun Mingwe said. Chu Li smiled. My saint, can I be a clan leader? I've never been an official. Becoming a clan leader was like reaching heaven in a single bound. He was now completely Zhao De and had hidden Chu Li's personality deep down. Even his way of thinking was Zhao De's. He was naturally happy to hear that he was going to be a clan leader. A clan leader would be Feng, Shi, and Guisun's immediate superior in Luo State City. It's okay, Sun Mingwe said. You're the only one anyway. Chu Li's eyes widened. Radiance Clan? Li Rulin was worried. Are you really letting him go to Radiance Clan? There aren't any disciples there. He could train there for a while in case it's too shocking. Sun Mingwe said, Moreover, Gale City is the best place to train. Zhao De should go there. Yes, my saint. Li Rulin nodded helplessly. She looked at the excited and curious Chu Li pitifully and sighed to herself. He might not be able to smile when he found out the truth. Gale City was located at the western end of the Li dynasty. It was named Gale City because it was often windy. Chu Li stepped into Gale City in the evening. Gale City was bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. Everything was dyed a rosy color. The sun was exceptionally large and brighter than other places. Chu Li observed with the omniscient mirror and found that Gale City was more prosperous than Luo State City. As the westernmost city among the 10 major cities of the Great Li dynasty, Gale City was indeed very prosperous and lived up to its reputation as one of the 10 major cities. Shops, restaurants, and tea houses were everywhere, and there was an endless stream of pedestrians. The people of Gale City were ferocious by nature, so it was common for fights to break out on the streets. Through Chu Li's divine observation, he noticed that there were 6 fights within a 10-mile radius, but they were only between civilians who did not know any martial arts. Those martial artists with swords and sabers on their waists watched from the side with great interest. After Chu Li entered the town, he headed west and arrived in front of a huge house. According to his clairvoyance, there were 5 entrances to this house. Apart from the front hall, there were 3 entrances to the inner courtyard and 1 entrance to the back garden. In the back garden, there was a round forest, a rock garden, and a small lake formed by flowing water. The lotus flowers on the lake had already withered. The house was already full of people, more than 100 burly men. Some were practicing, some were reading, and some were discussing. Chu Li took a few glances at the house and walked to the houses on the left and right to confirm that this was the Radiance clan. There were tall stone lions on both sides of the entrance of the house. 2 protectors in green robes stood in front of the lions. They were 2 energetic young men with sharp eyes. The long blades at their waists gave off a murderous aura. It was obvious that they had killed before. "Who are you?" The 2 protectors in black robes in front of the house shouted with their hands on their blades. "You're sneaking around," Chu Li said. "May I ask if this is the Radiance clan?" "The Radiance clan?" The 2 protectors looked at each other and shook their heads. "This is the Windstorm Association." Chu Li frowned. "That's not right. The Radiance clan is here. This is the territory of the Radiance clan. You've remembered wrongly," one of the protectors said impatiently. "There's no Radiance clan in Gale City." "What big associations are there in the city?" Chu Li asked. "Can't you find out for yourself? I can't be bothered to talk to you. Hurry up and leave." The protector waved his hand impatiently. "Go, go, go. If you continue to wander around here, we won't be so polite anymore." Chu Li frowned and glared at him with a dark expression. "Isn't the Windstorm Association too arrogant? Can't I just wander around here?" "No." The protector's expression darkened as well. He said coldly, "Young man, are you trying to pick a fight? This is the Radiance clan. I'm the clan leader of the Radiance clan. Get your association leader here," Chu Li said. The 2 guards laughed and looked him up and down, their faces full of ridicule. "I say, young man, are you an idiot?" The protector shook his head and laughed. "Do you think someone like you can meet our association leader? Do you think anyone can meet our association leader?" Chu Li glared at him. "If I defeat you, I'll be able to meet the association leader, right?" All right. If you really can defeat us, there might be hope." The 2 protectors laughed even louder. In a flash, Chu Li appeared behind one of the protectors and punched him in the back. The protector was sent flying and spat out blood in the air. He took another step and appeared in front of the other protector. He punched him in the chest and sent him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Chu Li approached them and lowered his head with a scoff. "Now you can ask the association leader to meet me, right?" The 2 of them fell into a heap and stared at Chu Li in shock. They really did not expect that Chu Li, who looked silly, ugly, and really unlikable, was such a powerful character. "Who are you? Didn't I tell you?" Chu Li glared at them impatiently. "I'm Zhao Dai, the clan leader of the Radiance clan. Just report this to your association leader. He'll understand." "All right." The 2 of them struggled to get up and limped back inside. When they passed by Chu Li, the 2 of them pulled out their blades and slashed. Bang, bang. The 2 of them flew up again and crashed into the stone lion. Chu Li withdrew his fists and scoffed. How could they withstand the power of the divine light fist? Their injuries would continue to worsen. They could only suppress it if they found someone with a higher cultivation level. The 2 of them were vicious and ruthless. They used their blades to ambush him. How could he be polite? The 2 of them slammed into the stone lion and felt as if their bones were about to break. They were in so much pain that they could only exhale. It took them a long time to catch their breath. "Hurry up and report," Chu Li yelled. I'll kill you if you delay any longer. Let's go. The two of them pushed open the door and entered. A moment later, footsteps could be heard. 24 burly men came out and surrounded the two of them. An old man walked out slowly and looked at Chuli. Chuli looked at the old man as well. His silver hair shone under the setting sun. He was tall and burly. His face was as rosy as a baby's, and he had a high-nosed bridge and a wide mouth. He must have been a handsome man when he was young. He must have been charming now. I'm Sun Jiji, the association leader of the Windstorm Association. Who are you? Zhao Dai, the clan leader of the Radiance clan. Chuli scoffed. I should know who I am. Radiance clan? Sun Jiji shook his head. I've never heard of it. However, Chuli read the opposite in his mind. He laughed coldly. The Windstorm Association has occupied the Radiance clan's territory. Please give it up. Sun Jiji shook his head. How ridiculous. Chuli said, It seems like you won't listen to me. I can only chase you away. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.